Welcome to today's presentation of even more of the levels from the Summer Games Done Quick Relay Race, which ran yesterday live on the SGDQ stream. We began this set yesterday, and of course we're not quite going at relay speed exactly. We're not doing the whole batch in the span of an hour and a half or so. Instead, we spent yesterday's stream going through the first 5 out of 11 levels in this year's package. The fourth one took up most of the stream, several hours in fact. It was one that was a bit of a buzzer beater on the part of the relay racers themselves, finishing at the goal right as the clock hit 0. And we did quite a lot worse than that time-wise, in terms of the relay teams having been given 8 minutes apiece and us having taken several times longer. Now, given that pace, we're kind of expecting that we are going to take some time with the remaining 6 levels. We don't even know if we'll get through all of them today because of the very high technical requirement of 1 or 2 of the later pieces we're going to see in this set. But we're going to see what we can, and we'll begin with level number 6 in the set, which is Boneshell Bonanza by Groggy P. This was also, if you looked at the stream carefully, when I ran in a GDQ, originally entitled Mind-Boggling Boneshell Bonanza, but I think probably that didn't fit within the character limit when you added the SGDQ tag on top of that. I think that does exceed the limit of 32, so instead it's no longer mind-boggling, but a general public. It's just a Boneshell Bonanza. So let me punch in the code in the chat so we can pin it accordingly. If Twitch chat will actually cooperate with me on this particular score. And then let's get right into the level and see how we do. Okay, all about the Boneshell. So, this is going to drop. We need to jump out a little more elegantly. The mole in the shell there is just to be a mole in the shell. We're going for the next shell after that over here. And then, oh, we need to react pretty quickly sometimes when it comes to catching the shells and then jumping right out. Yeah. Don't want to overshoot though. Oh, and then we're going a little too early. And yeah, the P-switch is what times the release of another shell ejecting upwards out of the red pipe that you're not otherwise allowed to land on, but being in the Boneshell, of course, allows you to bounce right off and continue. Probably a stomp here. Oh, and then we don't want to kick that. We want to actually land on top of it. Got slightly caught off guard by that muncher push on the downed Boneshell into bone form. That does look correct though. Almost seems like a bit of a make one moment here, with the sideways muncher giving you that push. Those were all over Maker 1 because of the different momentum mechanics when it came to moving enemies like sideways munchers, being able to activate other things. Here, though, I think we just need to jump a bit promptly and cycle shell to shell before the bombs activate the on-off switch on the top left. Nope. Rather, that was fine. I'm not sure how much I liked crashing into that first shell, but as long as we synchronize ourselves with the timing of how the shells come out of the pipes, we are able to recover from that. Actually, we just bounce on top. We don't try to get in and out of the shells, we just bounce on top and stay in position that way. Moyako, welcome. Okay, let's push through here. And yeah, we just bounce on top. We don't try to cycle between shells at all. And then we did need to catch that in time to get the bounce. Moyako, where you can see a list of the GDQ levels, I have the complete list of the codes at our Discord channel. I did have to dig them up individually from the maker profiles. I understand that the GDQ Twitter account might have posted them as well yesterday when they ran a race, but what they wouldn't have is that when we ran levels 2 and 3 in the sequence, the ones by Electric Dude and Sauce Powder, they also had Maker's Editions, Director's Cuts, that had their own codes that we played instead. So the codes that I'm playing through are listed on my Discord, and then, of course, as we go through each of the levels individually, I'll also post them here in the chat, for the benefit of those who are not there. Okay, let's go down this way. Yeah, so we should go backwards like that. It seems very clear that we do, as long as we actually have somewhere to go with a shell after the thwomps come down. I'm not sure we should be going right and then left like that, but we'll have to see what comes after the thwomps. Okay, like this. Oh yeah, it's gotta be. But we have to jump on top of that, then get on the right. And we'll punch that in. Oh, nope, we need to stay above the line and hop out of that shell repeatedly. There's a Plutiboo coming in that's going to melt the ice on the top right, and also provide us with a, whoops, jump out of that position later. Okay. As long as we keep on hopping, we should be alright. And then through we go. And is there a shell check on the other side? There probably should be. Yeah. And so we'll get through here. And through we go. Okay. Now, whoops. Now once we get over there, it looks like once we jump on the first dry bones, that's going to start up the thwomp, which then gives us the Goombas, which kind of stutter here and there. So we'll just need to aim for the markers and we should probably be fine. I was thinking we'll just do full jumps the whole way through, but we need to sort out our spacing a little bit. Yeah, we should avoid the temptation to watch the Goombas themselves too closely, isn't it? We're going to get tugged forward at a bit of an irregular pace, and then Switch is going to trap us over there, so... how do we get through here? I don't think we do. guess... Well, I don't know, because it seemed like we were supposed to catch the shell coming in here. Or were we? I don't know, because I didn't see an opportunity to actually compress out of the shell at that point, so... Maybe we just need to go over it. Not sure what the Z is about then. Given that we haven't kept a shell at that point. Yeah. We just go through this way? No, except there's an on-off activation that hasn't happened. And I guess that's because there's some reason you have to hit the question blocks. Chain an activation towards that? I'm not exactly clear. Oh, I see, because there's the on-off on this side here. What do we do about the on-offs on the side? Let me think about that. To that point, we don't have a shell. It seems like we're supposed to survive with a shell. To that point, then we'd have something to potentially kick in. Oops. Down like this. Oh, that was actually fine. We should have gone under that. But then, if we jump out of there, how do we actually launch the shell to the left? Seems like we're supposed to jump out, but then have the shell make contact. But it is possible to get over there with this shell intact. That's something we should have the momentum to do. Didn't quite slide over. Oh, okay, no, you just jump on this on-off switch on the way over. Even if you have taken damage at that point. So that's fine then. If we take damage at a point, we just hit the on-off switch from below under the icicle, and that'll actually do it. I feel like that's maybe not what is the intended signal there, but it should actually work. Oh no. We want to be careful about that. That is doable. We take damage like that, but probably not the best way. Because I feel like the whole point of that icicle there is to discourage something like that. I'm not exactly sure how, even if we keep the shell at that point, we are to kick it back. Probably supposed to drop it and clip it on the right side or something. Drop it at the Z and then clip it to the left on the way down. Not exactly clear. Oh, yeah. Well, we're not going to get it now, but... Yeah, because there's something you're supposed to do with maybe keeping the shell in and exiting up top that would kick it down to the switch, but we're not exactly sure how to trigger that. So we'll just return to that until we make it work. Nope, not quite. Needed to drop that shell for our own purposes. And yeah, we need a bit more momentum going over here. Well, we should probably do that later segment just as marked, just to make sure we do it properly, but... Oh, okay, so it does eject backwards like that. Okay. Totally wasn't clear on that being the case. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't see that there was a semi-solid platform that's landable under that saw that you can actually go through. Yeah, because you go up on a way over, the shell actually will drop correctly. Much to my surprise. Whoops. It turns out that trusting the level's instructions sometimes does get you places. Nope, didn't get the kick. Not sure how to reliably get the kick. We did it last time, I just don't exactly know how. Okay, we take damage here, we'll nudge this instead, of course. That isn't something we can reliably hit either. But we did show it off correctly once. Yeah. No. Because I would need to hit this earlier if we want to try to cheese it from below. Even so, we wouldn't have a lot of momentum coming out of that spring, so it might not actually work. Oops. Okay, that works. Essentially cheesing it, I think. But here's the issue: is that if we take damage through here, it's possible to. I was thinking getting in a bone form here. No, you would pop out of that. Then what do you do about that thwomp? Because it should go right to hit the on-off switch and give you a platform on the other side, but then I guess we need to be in a damaged state just to get around that and do that, yeah. But then how am I going to get a shell over here? Oh, like that. And then that's the exit after that. Or rather, it looks like we have to curve around because there's another shell that's going to drop in the yellow pipe, perhaps. Still trying to do this bit the improper way, but I can't reliably get in a slot with a shell. It is possible to just get in there, but wasn't exactly sure how. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Oh, that seems a little bit low. And then we got out of that a little bit low. Because you do need to cycle around those quickly. Nope. But yeah, we should try our best to get in there with the shell intact, but if the shell is not intact, then what we do instead is we'll just try to continue it by popping the switch from underneath the icicle. Again, I just can't get that with any consistency. Oops. But it is clearly supposed to be some kind of back kick on the shell when you exit it. That's the intended idea. Otherwise, you do have some momentum issues with getting enough height to go over the thwomp stack over there. Landing each of these jumps would be a start. Oh, we should have actually taken advantage of the fact that we did survive with the shell that time to do this the proper way. I suppose I'm supposed to drop the shell perhaps when I make contact with the question blocks. Maybe that's what gives you the back deflection. I'm not exactly clear. I guess that was a pretty unusual interaction. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not exactly sure how to reliably get this landing here in a way that will keep the shell. I think you just let go of everything directionally when you keep the shell, so you don't do that bounce that you get when there is movement forward. You just stay completely in neutral when you land in the shell. Then maybe we can reliably catch it over to the other side, because the bounce comes from movement. You land, let go, and then here. But then how does the back kick happen? Maybe you need the full conveyor momentum to be preserved in order to do that. You need to not lose momentum there then. Let go. Nope, didn't get it. Okay, so at least we're able to reliably stay in the shell. If we're staying in the shell, then we need to figure out where exactly to get that release. Nope. So again, completely in neutral. Nope, doesn't kick back. I don't know how we did it earlier. I'm glad we did see earlier that it is doable that way, that you kick the shell backwards as you go up. I'm not sure how to replicate that. At least we did see that it is the solution. Nope. Maybe we just exit right at the point of contact, but... Oh, oops. Too early. Yeah, because normally when you exit a shell, it just drops straight down, right? So the only way you can manipulate that maybe is there's something that changes when you make contact with the question blocks instead. In terms of how the momentum is calculated, nope. That's not it. It's a little bit esoteric. Oh yeah, you drop it right after you hit, as you're coming down, because that gives you the kick immediately. Okay, I think we have a reliable method for now, so... Okay. Nope, too soon. I knew I had to do it sooner than I was doing so previously, but we did hit the ceiling. But that's okay, I think we have a method to get back to reliably now, so we just need to prove that. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. Oh, that was not a mistake. That's okay, we got it. Okay. There we go. Nope, still mashing up against that ceiling. Need to fix that exit timing, but at least we're getting back there. We're able to try it again. Yeah, so you've dropped the shell right after you hit the question block, so you kind of fall into it immediately and kick it back. That way, that's how to do it. Oh. You probably want to spawn that shell first with pulling the pipe within camera view, instead of just going into it blindly. Okay. It's a very cool interaction once you do see how to do it properly. Seems like we're a little out of position that time in terms of the positioning of the bones. The way we caught the top shell, so... Yeah, it's a very fun idea once you see how to actually execute it. I guess we'll just go... Nope. Blind here. It's easier if you drop the shell first, but then I feel like it runs into some other timing issues. The way the flying dry bones afterwards are loaded in. Nope, too low on that one. First time we've gotten to it, though. Now, you've got the pipes coming in through the middle. I wonder if that means top middle is the exit pipe. Despite having actually watched the relay stream, I have no memory of how the last part of this actually went, which is great because it means that we get to read it blindly ourselves and puzzle it out. Yeah, because if you go all the way to the end with that last muncher, it feels like it's a bit of a crushing point instead. Unless red is the exit pipe. Oh, no. Didn't quite make it over. Nope, didn't quite make it again. Red and I, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. I did see you totally clean up this set yesterday. Much faster than I'll probably be able to do in some of the later levels, but we shall see. Yeah, I hope you've been enjoying everything else you've been running on your end as well. Whoops. Yeah, we figured out the method for most of this. Some of my timings are still just a little bit off. Took me a couple of attempts to read this next part, but whoops. I don't consistently land well in that shell. I do know that I have to just stay in neutral to ride it over, but whoops. We'll be able to get it, I just missed some of the shells afterwards. Got a kick like that. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to look. You played some poker last night and you did not win, but it was a really good time? Yeah. Hopefully you didn't get too cleaned out. Oh, nope. Was trying to get in. And then I know that it's supposed to be out on the left, which is why you should actually not be getting into a bone form there. I knew it was supposed to be through the yellow pipe, or at least I know for sure now. It looks very suspiciously like that was supposed to be the case, but we took a bit of a hit coming out of there, so... I was trying to go for the yellow pipe, which just didn't do this well. Nope, too soon. And yeah, you're saying you'll recover, that's good. Living to fight another day. Or play another day, I guess. Nope, whoops, that was bad. Stood a bit close there. And the clown car got bumped backwards. Yeah, it's very satisfying to land it now that we know how to do it. Okay, let's get in there again and clean that up. There we go. Real spectator moment in that corner. Hey, look at that, we made it. I was a little bit concerned about that. But we got it. And you know what? We're not speedrunners. We can take our time. No, we can't. Okay. Well, that's fine. Go here. Alright, worth checking. And thank you so much for the GG. Welcome, Chess Bunzo, as well. That was level number 6 in the match. Let's take a look at number 7, and I'll just grab the code quickly. And I'll paste that in the chat as well. This is Scratch That Itch. This is, again, another collaboration between Meng and Luca. In 2023, their contribution to the SGDQ Relay was also a 3D World level and was published on Luca's account that time, I think. Truly the masters of momentum in Mario Maker 2, and a bit of a Maker Dream Team. So let's see what they have in Scratch That Itch. It is obviously going to involve cats. Meow, meow, meow. And look at the cat face there as well. Very feline indeed. Yeah, we played almost everything that these two have ever done, and so we've come to recognize a lot of the momentum-based tropes in their levels, which is not to say that we can get this on the first try. Also, there's a 100-second timer. I don't think that's going to matter too much, though. Oh. We do need to time this accurately. Yeah, you're supposed to jump at that block so you can raise the skip squeak, so you keep the cat over here. Otherwise, you get into this situation. There are certain jumps we're supposed to take seriously. Yeah, you jump and you have to immediately punch forward because there's a limited window for when the skip squeak is going to jump up and give you that space. And then the idea behind that up arrow before the tree is to tell you to cut momentum before you run into trouble with the ice. That, or rather hold up so you can catch the tree. Oh, and we needed to back up out of that. Didn't think about that, did we? Yeah, because if you hold back going into this dash panel, we'll do it again with the cat, of course, then you can immediately tag that and then go forward after the icicle drop. And then the bully bump gives you the bounce over to the next spot. And then we do need to dive into that moment. I was trying to rescue that, we didn't quite get it. Nope, you just want that, and then shoulder button here for the dive facing forward. Nope, we do need to get the jump on the creeper as it comes over, I think, and then after here, the bully punches you back. Then you swat this with a cat. Now, if you swat this with a cat, the first icicle is a droppable one. But it seems that we're able to just slide under this, hit the ant coming back, and then since we cross over the icicle, the blaster is going to drop. Then we get up to the blaster onto the left, and we'll jump over to the right after a climb. Okay. Unlike the relay racers, I could actually stop and look at that stuff. Maybe like... Yeah. With the coins marked the way they are, it's kind of like you're expected to get a bounce up piranha, but we'll see if that's actually required for that kind of height. It probably is, but... Oop, there we go. Okay, yeah, like that, that's fine. Oh, no, we did need to swat there. In order to keep the cat intact. Quite a lot going on here. Look, the 99-second timer is mostly just there for musical reasons. Not a serious timer. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. It seems like we're missing the intended window to catch that piranha creeper. No, that's fine. And then we just climb up this way. Good. That was saved. And that's checkpoint. No, we just needed to land on that normally. We didn't need to do the dive. And there we go. Just do a climb. Oh, and then this was supposed to be a jump here. Because I guess the jump lets you either reverse or swat. Well, we'll see. We've been taught by this level that, you know, when we've reached obstacles at the end like that, we can swat into them to give a bit of bounce back on the dash panels. But, yeah, we're supposed to kind of jump into this, and then align ourselves, and then use the cat dive over here, then claw into that piranha to punch through. Okay, so let's figure that out. Oh, too soon. Okay, let's chase. And up we go. Yeah, we actually have the flexibility to just go back and forth here as long as we're careful and we don't slam into the spike. Essentially, we can reverse directions at the question block. That seems to be the idea behind that jump, just to reverse our positioning on the dash panels. This seems like it's a ground pound, and then... I think we need to just lean left into that and get the climb. Lean left into the pipe exit. Oh, missed it. Yeah, because if you are there, then pulling to the left will just give you the wall climb. Luckily, the cat is not awkward at all. Yeah. Not one bit. And then, yeah, we can get on the fence here. That's fine. That's actually very helpful. Then we drop down, we get through the block, and then just continue forward. Oh, needed to jump up. Swat the ant trooper. It drops to skip squeak. We get a wall climb on the other side. Something is going to give you the key there. One of those things dropping into the abyss will give you the key. Yeah, very swift level. Oh, whoops. Jumped a bit too early there. We do need to just hang left until we reach the coins. It works out just fine. Now, after that, we do need to dive onto the right side. I wasn't exactly sure how the SWAT was going to work. It does seem like it's a SWAT on the Skip Squeak, not on the Ant Trooper. That gives you the key. But we do need to dive out of that to get onto the right side. So I don't see another way we're going to do that. Climb. Whoops. We have to, of course, make the jump first. Yeah, but after the jump on the Skip Squeak, it's definitely a dive immediately to the right so we can get as high a wall climb as possible. Going towards the exit block. Here we go, that's the exit. There's the flag, and then now there's more bouncing. Okay, that's correct, except we lost the wall climb. Maybe instead of bouncing all the way to the back wall, we need to dive immediately. And then we need to get a higher bounce off of this, of course. Nope, we just missed the opportunity to, you know, hold the jump into that bounce. We've just been a little bit late into that. And then, Boom Boom will get the POW. That's what he does. I don't know if there's anything else to look at over here. Probably not. The signature Boom Boom of the Mang repertoire. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we need to get him close enough to drop the icicle, and then we need to not bump into this one repeatedly because we have to get up to the top rung. That's okay. That's easy to get to. SWAT and hold jump. There's a decently generous window to do that. And the fence is there to save you at the end. Nope. I was trying to jump out of that because, you know, you get deflected back, but we need to actually get out of there. There's a generous window to get through the icicle spot while it's down, so... Yep, SWAT, hold jump. Boom Boom do his job, and then... We're supposed to dive there, but we didn't. That's okay. Yeah, this is just going to raise the blaster, squish the bomb, hit the POW, and then it's going to chain all the other POWs, so we really need to run for it. Now, this looks like we need to dive left. Dive left. And we'll jump up, I guess. And then... oh, yes, okay. We need to get into the swipe before we actually get squished into that one tile. And that's it. Pretty smooth, all things considered. Red Knight, was that actually the first try? I mean, well, technically speaking, on the last part, but with a couple of fumbles along the way. Getting the block at the end is very tight. Yeah, it didn't feel tight, actually. I guess I'm just accustomed to the kind of material to give me, but there we are. Alright, scratch that itch, and scratch it we did. Let's take a look at the next level. Yeah, depending on one's habits in this game and what you're familiar with, it's very easy to lose perspective on what is or isn't really difficult for other people. I certainly stumble on a lot of things that other players, including yourself, Red Knight, can just, you know, read blindly with no problem. So the next one is going to be on Keen's second account. And let's just punch in that code. glass house. Use these fragile icicles to your advantage. Good luck, racers. Let's put that code in the chat and pin it, and then we'll continue from there. Once Twitch chat lets me do it, which, again, the interface works some of the time. But I think we got it. Okay, this is... Well, we need to take damage here to take out the icicle and drop the platform. And then we need to grab the mushroom quickly so we can do the same thing. Afterwards, we drop over to the other side, hit the on-off switch. There's going to be a P interaction to deal with. Tutorial checkpoint there, I see, since he had a checkpoint to spare. Yeah, we'll need to grab every mushroom, though. Interesting how the mushroom was just kind of sneaking in there between all the green ones. Safety in numbers. Drop this. We did need to lean right. I was trying to lean right, which just went a little bit too far. Because that does open the gate for the thwomp to come over to the right. Probably should have just done a spin jump off of that one, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter too much. This one you do need to spin through, though. And I need to do so quickly because the piranha has sunk down too low at that point, which means that we are behind pace with the auto-scroll. Yeah, because the piranha is a bit of a soft timer there. Which tells me we should do this sooner. And catch it before it's completely down. Oh, no, we needed to grab that down low and then jump up. And what's going on with the throw here? Totally didn't read that correctly at all. But yeah, speed is of the essence here, so we do in fact need that spin. Get on the piranha. Up here. You grab the spring. And then at this point, you pop the mushroom, and then before you start taking damage again, you spin jump over to the spiny. Up throw has to precede the spin jump, of course. We'll tap that again. And here, just lean right. Got that. No, spin jump. Spin jump, and then if you aim for 50 coin, that will somewhat accurately get over the mushroom, but we need to keep the mushroom going over the munchers to the right, so let's not be too distracted by that coin. The important thing is to get the shroom at all. It's a bit low, but we got it. Oh, no. Too much of a bounce. Yeah. We don't need to be super accurate with the up throw. But whoops, no. Jump up to the icicle. The more important thing is just do it quickly so we can get into that spin jump to the spiny as soon as possible. Whoops, completely missed that. Okay, lean right. That very prominent 50 coin that's definitely telling you what to do. Second bounce here is fine, except we totally missed that. No, we do in fact need to drop that second one. If we drop that second one, yeah, because we need one spring to land on top of while we're holding the spring going into the second section. So we should have actually landed on the muncher and then while damaged, gone for the icicle up top. Okay, that. Nope, missed it. Had a bit of a late landing on that platform on the way down. A lot of simple things to improve on. Oh no, once again, down first. We know that, it's just sometimes I read ahead a little bit too much. And miss the easy stuff that we had already sorted out. Nope. Oh, we do need to be accurate about that. I guess I sprung that a little too far to the left. Well, that's too bad. Here, of course, we need to throw. Once you throw, you drop down low, and then you're able to get out of the exit pipe. That's the only thing we needed to do. So we're fairly close to getting out of the first segment. This being checkpoint 1, we know that there's just going to be one more flag at most. And we missed it. But yeah, I think we do in fact want to land on the muncher that's on the right side. Unless, oh, maybe we actually just used the first spring to take damage on the second spring. Yeah, we actually totally could have cleared that previously, then we just totally misread that. Because the angle off the muncher isn't going to be very good. We should in fact clear that column as we had done before with the mushroom successfully. Bring the spring back, and then jump up to take damage. We read that too slowly the first time we were there. With everything still completable. Looks like we're a bit late on this time, but that's okay, we got it. Oh, no. Did he up throw a tad early? We'll be taking a bit of a dive there. Okay, same as before, we always have a little bit of trouble picking this up, but we managed to get it. Second bounce over here, so what we do is we place instead poke, throw, grab the other one, come up, throw, down, up. And that's the sequence right on the auto scroll boundary, cutting it far too close, but we managed. And we wrap around to the left side, drop the other icicle, and then we'll see what that's about on our climb upwards. Oops. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, because we need to get rid of an icicle for the passage later, so we are essentially planning way in advance for what is to come as the auto scroll takes us up. Short bounce here. Oh. Feels like we're a little behind the time here. But let's run across, grab another shroom. Oh, icicle on this side. Read that a little too slowly. Yeah, because once you drop that, then the thwomp is supposed to get all the way across to hit the on-off. Took a moment to read the layout. Whoops. Oops. Need a bit more momentum here to jump into that. Seemed like we were catching up just fine on the previous attempt where we made it up to the next row up. Next floor. In general, we should try to hit everything a little more accurately. Grab this, back out. I think we're supposed to, yeah, land on that blaster without taking damage, then hit the icicle, then go up to the middle, and then we take damage on this. Or rather, we've already taken damage at a point, so we get up over the spikes and get up through the middle section. I see the passage, we're just doing it a bit slowly. Whoops. Oops, there we go. We'll need to catch up a little bit after the fumble. Yeah, because we need to jump all the way from over here. This was doing it a bit too slowly, but... Come on, get over here. Then who's going to give me the key? Oh, this is going to give me the key. No, key was on the left side. We needed to approach that key by wrapping around over top and then getting out before the screen boundary takes us too far. So we were much too late, but now we do see the passage. That would be correct. Yeah, I was expecting the thwomp to launch much earlier. Whoops. But it is with that second approach to the right side. As we go for the top right mushroom, that activates it. Yeah, this one's been a fun one. It's been not very mechanically demanding on the player in terms of just executing everything, but you do need to be pretty sharp about reading what's going on all sides of the screen, and so that's really been the skill set that's tested here. And it makes sense for a race level that you have a level that's more of a reading test level. You don't need to spend time puzzling things out. It's clear where to get to from point to point, but you need to visually perceive those points in the first place. And we just take damage through here. Why is that telling me to take damage up top? Oh, because for those of you who do not care about outpacing the other team, you can just do that instead. Okay. Kind of nice to have one like that that's a bit more relaxed and paced in some ways. Natcat, welcome, and thank you for the GG as well. Let's get over to the next level. Now we're getting into some of the tougher stuff. Here's Boss Jones, formerly known as Josh Bones, on his second account. And if we think back to SGDQ 2023. Josh Bones had one level that was one of the ones that went uncleared by the racers in that set, and that one took us 4 hours to do. It was by far the hardest one that year. This one, the racers actually did manage to clear, I believe. The one after this, Big Red Boys level, went uncleared, and that one, I think, is technically going to be a bit of a threat. This one, we'll see how we do. And yeah, Natcat SGDQ in 2025, still running the Maker Relays. It was a bit concerning last year when the Maker Relays skipped GDQ entirely. Instead, it had Carl do a Troll and Glitch showcase, if I remember. Which is fun in its own right, but, you know, I think sometimes we want to see the full extravaganza of all the makers who contribute to these events showing up and continuing the tradition after all this time. Okay, did I pin this accurately? I think I might have. Yeah. And let's play. I hope every racer comes in fresh. Well, I'm definitely coming in fresh. So we'll see. I know from my history with levels by Josh Bones, aka Boss Jones, that they can take me some time. And that, as you can see from the first screen, they can be very dense reads sometimes. So this is Bowser Jr. and Bonanza. It is the second Bonanza level today, after the dry bone shell Bonanza that we saw earlier from Gorgy P. Right on time for Donkey Kong Bonanza later this week. So it seems like we're supposed to catch a shell off Bowser and then head over to this point here. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait. We were supposed to land on that a second time, I guess. Hang on. Picked up the shell instead. Do I have a landing that I catch here? It's saying 2 bounces. Oh, because it's supposed to hit. Yeah. The on-off switch. Yeah, you're supposed to fire the shell and then... We'll see. It's a dense read. Right. Okay, yeah, because you fire the shell and then you're able to just jump over on a second jump. And if you have good timing, then you soft drop the spring. That's going to launch the green shell. Now, whether we bounce the shell... If you bounce the shell, then I guess it bounces the Thwomp Up. This is very complex. You are supposed to soft drop it into the claw so you have a landing point. Yeah, spring goes into the claw. Whoops, missed it. And the boo is a bit of a time constraint. So because the central mechanic here seems to revolve around Bowser Jr.'s shell launches, and Bowser Jr. has such freeform movement that can just kind of follow you anywhere with a clown car, there is, I think, a very specific path that you were meant to take, and so you have a lot of constraints, like the boos and everything else, too. Try to funnel you down the narrow path to position Junior in at least a somewhat deterministic fashion. So it's going to be a high bounce off the shell, then you fire, and then you high jump. The on-off switch is what releases the green shell on the other side. Yeah, and then we try to get a higher bounce off there. We see there's a shell that looks like it's going to be up top that we might be able to reach. Natcat, do I know if there will be anniversary levels this year? My sense is that there is always some discussion year to year, and, you know, just to gauge interest, and I think on the organizational end that it's possible, let's say. We don't know what the scale of the event will be. Sometimes it's been pretty small in the last 2 years, I think. Or they've just had a relatively muted release, but it'll be nice to see that continue as well, obviously. Especially with this being the 10th anniversary of Mario Maker that is coming up in September. Now, any kind of 10th anniversary package, I think, is not going to make September. Last year, I think they had a December release when they got everything together with the makers and levels. Yeah, so the red block over there that releases a shell, that's actually a good point to bounce on, perhaps. We should aim for that. Oh, whoops. Yeah, soft drop here, bounce off of that, pick up the shell on top, and then you have that track marker up top, which, if I'm not mistaken, might actually be a back throw towards the swamp, so... Yeah. The red block that releases a shell should also be our target. Again, with everything in the level behaving like this. Ah, okay, no, I see. We bounce on top of the bonsai first. Bounce on top of the bonsai, and then I think we can do a back throw on the swamp. Otherwise, we don't quite reach. And then that would give us a shell to bounce on top of afterwards. We kind of really need to read this step by step. And try to land things more reliably. Again, in order for Junior to behave at all, I think you do need to follow a very specific pattern through this course, so we should be able to do that reliably, I hope. And you see? And then you land on top of the Buzzy. We always have to think about using it as a platform and actively jumping off of it. It sometimes catches me off guard with those flying Buzzy landings. Whoops. A bit late on a release. Natcat, 10 years. We've aged 10 years. The anniversary levels are a reminder of our mortality. Yeah, someone noted to me earlier this week that it has also, as of earlier this week, been 10 years since Satoru Iwata passed away. He actually passed away prior to the release of Maker 1. Is that right? I thought it was 2016, actually. That doesn't seem right. Because I'm thinking about it, I thought he... Yeah, because they had a dedication to him when they released Star Fox Zero, and that was 2016, so I'm trying to recall. No, it was 2015, because it was after the E3 presentation that was done with the puppets. Whoops. So yeah, speaking of reminders of our own mortality, we're... 10 years past that point. There's a major moment in Nintendo history. There's a spin jump. It looks like we need to do 2 spins. It's going to be 1 spin off to Piranha. We'd pop that shell, 2nd spin, and then to the right. But yeah, Mario Maker has been around for 10 years. If you count starting from Maker 1. I mean, Maker 2 is over 6 years at this point, which in some ways feels like an even more staggering number, in spite of being smaller than 10. Whoops, no. How many levels have I played so far? So this is number 9 out of 11 in this set. I did the first 5 yesterday. And then that's going to be a shell to the right. Now, do I use that green shell for some kind of bounce? I feel like I have to. But I don't know where that falls into the pattern. The green shell is still available at that point, and that tells me that I'm supposed to use it as a bounce in order to get in position with what seems like a Buzzy shell throw, and then you land on a shell on the right side. Again, it's a very dense level. You just kind of have to take it move by move. And at least once you do sort out the next move, it's reasonably clear. That is the correct thing to do. Whoops. Let's not cut through the bonsai with a shell, though. And we don't want to pick up the spring by mistake on the claw. Nope, too soon. When do we ever successfully and deliberately get a shell jump done like that? That was rather too spectacular for its own good. Only happens when we don't want it to happen. Oops. Yeah, no wonder you had all those spikes in the top row. Precisely to prevent that from being an inadvertent shortcut. Whoops. That was a spectacularly accurate shell jump. Just not the one we needed. So, you see the green shell is projected there at that point. It feels like we're supposed to get a bounce off of it when it's on the left like that. Yeah, so the whole time Junior is acting as this mobile double shell launcher. And the shells are supposed to be in comparatively predictable places. So we're supposed to land on a green shell, but pick up the buzzy shell on that move. I'm not sure what's going on with that bomb that's coming in from the right side, though. Whoops. We're a bit late on everything. Yeah, so you see you have a very strict time constraint with the boo coming down. Just to make sure everything functions. Whoops. But yeah, it's this level, and then one by Big Red Boy, which looks terrifying. In terms of how mechanically demanding it seems to be. And one by Nabuza after that, which is very fascinating. Hopefully it's still actually up at this point. I didn't check if it's still on the live server, but I did download it in case because it is a bit of a glitch level. And is a high deletion risk. I don't know if we'll get through all that today. I mean, I'm fairly early in the stream, but the thing is... the level after this one is very much deep into Kaizo territory when it comes to a lot of the item handling from my casual glance at it previously, so... And of course we have to get through this one first. This one has been actually mechanically not too bad as far as Josh Bones levels go. We've definitely been put through a lot worse. I say that now, of course, while we're still fairly early on and things can happen. Cat, you think I'll be doing reclaims in my sleep? Well, I don't know, even after all these years. Not that I get that much Kaizo practice. Whoops. Yeah, there was a lot of basic stuff I was having trouble remembering yesterday when I was doing the first batch of levels. Like just, you know, spin jumping off a bumper, preserving the spin, for instance. I just completely blanked on that for several minutes. At this point, Mario Maker 2 is one of my most played video games of all time. It's in the top 2. I haven't quite calculated how close it is to the other one, but in terms of what comes out ahead. And still, there are a lot of things that I kind of blank on occasionally. Red Knight number 1 is World of Warcraft. I have not touched it in a long time. In several expansions, but there was a time when I was very active in WoW. And then, of course, you know, WoW, you can report your number of days played on each character and sum them up. And I think it comes out similarly to my hours in Maker 2 at this point, but I'm not exactly sure how close it is. But yeah, I haven't touched WoW in a very long time, though. It was in that kind of peak period around Wrath of the Lich King when it was kind of generally at the height of its prestige and mindshare. That was also very much in the mix and just kind of running with the raiding guild several times a week. And I went back for a little more of that a few expansions later, but I haven't touched it at all since, oh, maybe 2018 or so, and even so, by that point I was mostly tuned out of it. Whoops. You played MW2 as in Modern Warfare 2, or...? Unless I'm totally misreading that. Yeah, there are some other games that I've no doubt put in a very heavy amount of time on that is not tracked. But I kind of have a very rough estimate of at least what order of magnitude those would be in. And there's nothing that comes close to the very clear historical top two, which is this game and World of Warcraft in some order. And of course, in both those cases, you're talking about games that, first of all, have a great deal of longevity to them. So you find yourself going back to them over a long and consistent period of time, and also games that have some reason for you to be back in them regularly sometimes. So when you're most active, you're playing them many times a week, not just dipping in and out. So yeah, no, I don't still play WoW. Like I said, I have not touched it at all since about 2018, and you know, it would just be a mess to even try to make sense of my character's inventory and interface, which was heavily customized at the time, and definitely doesn't work at all now after generations of updates. And yeah, I don't have a particular desire to go back into it. I totally understand why things like the World First Raider races are such a huge hit on Twitch, because there is a massive demographic out there of people who used to play World of Warcraft seriously and understand enough of what's going on to kind of want to follow it as spectators, but have no desire to actually touch it again as players. But the health of it as a streaming ecosystem, in terms of just the popularity of WoW on stream, it's astonishing, but it's not surprising, I would say. Like how earlier this year they had that whole thing going on with OnlyFans, which was that big kind of streamer event. We were supposed to... No, that was correct. And then get into the Bone Shell. Which was this massive, you know, streamer crossover event where a lot of people who are not WoW players by background all came together in a big Raiding Guild reality TV show, basically, across dozens of channels. And as far as Call of Duty goes, I'm not a shooter player at all. I did play the 2016 Doom earlier this year, and I enjoyed quite a lot, actually. But I understand that philosophically it's quite a different beast from any of the Call of Duty style shooters. I did play the Modern Warfare 1 campaign way back, well over a decade ago, but it was one of those where it was just one and done. I never got into the multiplayer or anything like that. I actually did enjoy the BioShock series when I played it, but as far as anything in first-person perspective goes, I tend to enjoy shooters that are not really about the shooting. So things like Deus Ex, things like, I mean, Portal if you count it. To some extent, I had a great time with Cyberpunk as well when it first came out, even though it was kind of notoriously buggy back then and has since been, I'm told, substantially redesigned. But again, these are all shooter games that are fundamentally not really about the shooting at their core. You know, it's your interface, but is an interface that's buried among a lot of more interesting systems. I'm, of course, very much looking forward to Metroid Prime 4 later this year. And again, that's another series where it's really a case where shooting in first person is your interface, but it's not really the core of what you're doing. Now, something like Doom, that's very much a shooter to the extreme, and I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would in many ways, but... And some of the other classics like Half-Life 2, of course, but I'm not really a shooter player by nature. It's not a genre I feel like I know well. I really want to catch the shell first. I've been trying to catch the buzzy shell and land on a green shell. We just haven't been able to do it. Okay, good. Finally. Except we need to release that a bit better. That's the closest we've been in terms of doing what we're supposed to do. Yeah, right now you want to play Half-Life 2 again. I think that, as with Portal, that recently Half-Life 2 got this big engine updates to support ray tracing, or rather that there's a sort of ray tracing enabled version that was released. I know that was definitely the case with Portal. Like, there was a Portal RTX version that was released about a year or two ago, and I think there is like a Half-Life 2 RTX version that's available now as well. And if your hardware can support it. And that cat, you saw Black Mesa was on sale for $2 as well. Yeah, I have not played Black Mesa. I played a little bit of the original Half-Life 1, but not much of it. I did enjoy 2 and the subsequent episodes. Episodes 1 and 2 very much, but again, those are games that have a lot more going on than not just the shooting. They're very much physics games, right? And give you quite a lot to play with. But yeah, Natcat, you're basically saying no first-person esports games. There was a while, probably a long time ago, where I was playing a bit of Team Fortress 2. Around the time that they introduced the hats, in fact. So this was very early on in the life of the game, when they were just beginning to experiment with loot systems and all that stuff. But I was generally playing classes that didn't really have to aim necessarily. You know, Demo Man, you can be fairly approximate with it. A Spy, of course, you just kind of hang around and stab people. Engineer classes especially, where you just drop turrets and hang around and bang things with your wrench. That's more of my playstyle, so... And I know that a lot of modern team shooters, like Overwatch, for instance, accommodate a lot of those alternate playstyles like that, sort of within the shooter context, and at some point I'll probably give some of those a try, but it's more that I only have so many games that I have room for at a given time, and so it's very difficult for me to get into something that is more of a service multiplayer game in the long run. Because, again, I'm only going to be playing so many of those, and generally I'm not going to be prioritizing the ones that are shooters. But every now and then I think, oh, maybe I should actually, you know, dip into something like Overwatch and see if something clicks. But yeah, it's more of a case of picking one's battles. Whoops. Totally going a little too far into Bonsai here and clipping right into it. yeah, we don't want to go that far. We want to make sure we land dead center on the bonsai so we don't kill it with a shell. Yeah, we're releasing that too late. Pretty clearly too late. I'm always taking a moment to react to whether I have, in fact, successfully landed on a green shell, and so we're a bit behind pace there, but oops. Yeah, at least we're not too worried about reading everything up to that point. We've more or less figured out what to do. But I'm not always getting the timing in terms of aiming accurately to catch that shell before landing on a green. And once again, just bouncing on that shell a bit too early. Yeah, Natcat Metroid Prime 4 will be at 120 FPS. I don't have a display that can take advantage of that. I mean, it was a big upgrade for me this year to be streaming at... we need to get that coin. Streaming at 1080p and 60 frames a second. It was a pretty big jump in terms of the quality of what I'm doing for the viewer experience here. But yeah, currently I don't have anything that's plugged into a display that's going to do 120 FPS. Apart from the built-in display of the Switch 2 itself, which, as we learned in the Welcome Tour, does support 120. So it seems like we're supposed to bounce on top of the bomb as our second bounce. But if we're bouncing on top of the bomb... yeah, there's a whole sequence after that where we haven't seen yet. Whoops. Yeah, because it looks like the bomb is supposed to come over and give us a bit of an additional boost over that column that we haven't taken advantage of. But if you're lowering the bomb like that, where does it go? That seems suspiciously like something that should have been kicked somewhere else. Because you come over here, oh, I see, and then you drop the mecha. And then if you drop the mecha and punch it to the right, then you have something to land on. Okay. And yeah, Netcat, I think technically the monitor that I have at my desk is a 75, but I should check. I had... so I'm on a different monitor setup than I was a year ago, and basically took my current display from someone who was giving it away. So, you know, it's not something I've been very choosy about. I've been mostly kind of prioritizing just making sure I have something low latency. But I definitely don't have the 120 output on this one. The Switch 2 knows I was plugged into something that will do that for you. Whoops. Yeah, we don't want to throw that high because that kills the bomb. So we are supposed to jump on a bomb now. And then that gives you the mecha after that. It floats over. And yeah, like I said, as we learned from the Welcome Tour, handheld does support 120. I've seen it on the display. In the Welcome Tour, they actually have a minigame that is a frame rate eye test minigame to basically quiz you. So it shows you one animation, and it shows you another animation, and it asks you which one was the one at 120 FPS. It's very clear at first, but then, you know, once you're tasked with telling if it's 60 or 120, then you kind of have to look at the finer details of the animation. Obviously, if I'm streaming something, I'm not playing on a handheld. Oops. Because regardless of the quality I have locally, when we stream Metroid Prime 4, and I certainly plan to, my output here will just be a 1080p 60 anyway, so. But yeah, that's one of the games that's a very high priority for me to actually show off later this year. Okay, that does get kicked to the right. That's why we should take that marker seriously. We're getting there a bit more successfully now after so many attempts. Yeah, so this was one of the levels I did expect would take a little bit of work. The item handling is not that bad, to be honest. Even things like the back throw here, not really too worrisome. Oh, nope. Too soon. Yeah, we do need to jump on the bomb. Oops. And Netcat, well, no, because on the Welcome Tour, it only lets you play that if you are using something with a 120 output, like the handheld screen. So I actually did not stream that particular minigame, because it wouldn't let me. There are a couple of things in the Welcome Tour, very few, that ask you to undock the Switch. Because there are some other things too, like one minigame that uses the multi-touch screen to show off that you have 10-point multi-touch on it. And obviously that you can't do while you're docked, right? So one of the things that we did in the Welcome Tour that could only be done when undocked, or for other people when plugged into a 120 FPS output, was the eye test minigame. It does detect whether you are able to play it, so... So like I said, that's how I know from a personal experience that the handheld screen supports 120. It's funny because the handheld-only segments of the Welcome Tour were also the ones where I got a lot of the 3-star clears to sort of highest difficulty benchmark on the minigames. Which is meant to be very optional. Even 3 stars will not count towards 100%. You only really need 2 stars to do that. So it's very much a bonus for people who can do it and occasionally have good RNG. But even so, it was on the handheld games that I did not stream that I consistently got 3 stars, and I just didn't get to show that off. But that's alright. But yeah, there's very little software that's actually going to run at 120 so far, I think. I'm not sure if that's the case with the paid upgrades with the 2 Zelda games, and of course with the forthcoming update to Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I do know that, of course, the Switch 2 version of Metroid Prime 4, as we've been discussing, is meant to run at 120. Do you need to buy extra accessories to 100% the Welcome Tour? No. If you have... Okay, no, but with 2 exceptions. One is that there's a minigame that requires you to have one of the controllers with the remappable G, L, and GR buttons. You have 2 choices for that. That is either... Let's take a look at the mode. That is either the Switch 2 Pro controller with the back paddles or the charging grip for the Joy-Cons. So that's one minigame. One minigame does require GL and GR buttons, so we did not do that one. Another minigame requires a camera, but you don't necessarily need the official Switch 2 game chat camera. Any USB camera will do, apparently. But we didn't do that one either. So there were two things that we didn't actually get to see. I feel like this is supposed to be a back kick. What even activates this on-off switch? I don't even know. Oh, down below, that activates the on-off switch. So, okay, the bomb is supposed to be kicked to the right. Or rather, when you drop the bomb, it's supposed to bounce to the right. Okay, yeah, no, you jump on the bomb, you clip its wings, it goes to the right when the block releases the mecha. The mecha is released, you jump on it. The bomb winds up next to the muncher. When the bomb ignites, after having been stopped by another jump, that's going to hit the on-off switch. You're, at that point, supposed to be holding the mecha, so you grab the mecha off of the bomb jump, you drop it. Do you drop it? I guess the bomb is the only way that we can hit the on-off switch at that point, because otherwise I was thinking, oh, why don't you just jump on Bowser a few times and claim the car, and then if you claim the car, you can just fly down to the pink coin and cheese it that way, but no. We know this is one maker who's very diligent about cheese prevention, so. Yeah, and then I think it's going to be some kind of back kick of the mecha onto that pink coin. Bomb goes that way. Yeah, so the bomb reverses like that. Okay, no, we're supposed to pick up the mecha on that jump. But then, why is this saying drop an object? This is a very tricky read. Nope, missed it. Nope, missed it again. So yeah, we see what's going on with the bomb now, though. That's when we stop the Buzzy Shell with a jump, then the Buzzy Shell obstructs the bomb and makes it go backwards. So the missing piece there was that once we stop the mecha after the second jump on it, we're supposed to pick it up in conjunction with the activation of the bomb over the on-off switch. It's very elaborately put together. Very interesting. But then after we pick up the mecha, we need to figure out what we're doing with it in order to get that next coin. Jump it. Yeah, again, we need to actually land on a marker because that is correctly time for it. I keep watching the mecha itself rather than the marker and overshooting as a result. There we go. Clip it again. Pick up the mecha. Now what do we do? Oh wait. Drop. Oh, and then probably spin it, and then spin it to the left again to hit. So I think the blue blocks there are actually a time pressure mechanism that you need to kind of position the mecha before the bomb ignites. Yeah, it's there for time pressure. Okay, I think I understand this now. You drop the mecha, but then you would need to maybe spin over it. And spinning over it would kick it to the right. Kick it to the right, then you spin over it and kick it to the left. And then at that point, that gives you potentially what you need to get over to the door. The door is over a state block that requires the on-off activation. So we're close to the end of this segment. We just need to sort out one or two interactions there. Yeah, because it's saying drop to mecha, it's not a soft drop for something that's supposed to drop right away. It's something that says, you know, put it down so you can spin on it. Whoops. Yeah, we just need to land accurately on that. It does spring forward pretty suddenly, so we should take that marker seriously. Nope. Yeah, it's a very dense level at first, but then the pacing between each interaction is actually pretty relaxed. It's not a very frantic level. It's not even the most rapid one, input-wise, that we had to look at today. Even compared to something like the cat level earlier, or other things like that, so... The execution is not too bad. It's just a busy read at first. Oh, no, spin. That was just a mistake. Nope. Okay, mecha pickup, down, and then overlook that. Yes, that's correct. We got it. So, okay, up the pipe, in the pipe 5x5. Mecha, shell, shell. And then we do need to drop that, and then something else launches out of it into the spring. Yeah, we need to throw immediately, so we don't hit the spring with it, we need to hit the block with it. Block is going to launch something up to the spring, then that's our next landing point. And we need to not let up on a jump too early. Yeah, it was actually pretty satisfying to figure out in the first segment, once we saw exactly how that sequence was going to go. Yeah, we need a much better release in that pickup. So we can land on that shell and then land on whatever comes out next. Still standing too far to the left. We need to lean right into that a little bit. Just do a much better release. There's a mecha here. Oh, it looks like we need to hit the left shell. Right up against the one-way panel. Those one-way panels that kind of overlap with spikes always deter me a little bit from hugging the wall, even though it's perfectly safe. We want to lean left after the second bounce. I think we can get it. That's going to bounce us pretty high if we're not careful. The one-way panel is supposed to kind of cut momentum there and constrain us back to the right, I think. So we shouldn't overshoot like that. And then there's another jump, and then we picked up the shell. We're probably supposed to get into it. That's the issue with the bone shells, is that landing into them does have issues if you're not already holding an object. In fact, the first level in this entire set the music level by Sasha had that one moment where it actually gets you to pick up an item specifically to prevent awkward bone shell entries. So we might need to let up on the grab button at some point here. We did manage to do this whole jump sequence going up. That's not too bad, we just need to know where to go after that. Looks like I'm supposed to probably land... Well, I'm not sure if we're supposed to get in that shell and jump out of it, or if it's supposed to be a pickup. We haven't actually taken a good look at it yet. If it's supposed to be landing into the shell, that's maybe a bit awkward unless we aim very carefully. And yeah, I mean, Junior's a clown car. Of course he does follow you. You're asking me if he follows all the way up. Certainly appears so. Again, with something that is an object with as much freedom of movement as the clown car, it is actually very impressive that this level behaves as deterministically as it does. I mean, again, it's because the player really only has one right answer in terms of a strict path to follow. But it's not, you know, super pixel precision straight, it's just that you need to be facing in the right directions at the right time. Or rather, on the right side of Junior at the right time to catch the shell that you need. But given that he's this, you know, mobile shell launcher that seems to have tons of freedom of movement back and forth to track the player, it is very impressive that this level works as well as it does. Oh, yeah, we need momentum going to the right after that. So bunching up against that one-way panel when we make contact with a shell is best. So yeah, we've made it to the bone shell in this segment. There is something we need to figure out about how to use that, but whoops. But we'll do it. Yeah, again, we're hitting that shell a little too soon, and so I'm overshooting the one-way panel, and that's not getting me to where I need, because I do need to deflect back to the right. And we've done it a few times. We just need to make sure we do it properly again. Overcompensating for that a little to the left now, though. So yeah, you do need to lean right on your way down to the first mecha, otherwise you do hit your head on the pipe and the blocks under the pipe. Good. So I'm landing on it. I'm obviously not supposed to go that far down. I don't know if I'm supposed to let up on the grab button to land in the shell. I just haven't been able to read that yet. It looks like I probably have to in order to continue upwards. And letting go of the grab button is a very difficult case of breaking a habit there. Which is why those bone shell entries tend to be so awkward, is that, you know, instinctively you want to keep the grab down. Because that's just standard Mario technique at a certain point. There's something going on with that note block, I think, that's over a boo? Yeah. Red Knight has previously cleared this, and he's saying it's tight. Yeah, we'll see, because it seems like we definitely need to just land in it and jump out immediately. Whoops. But look at that note block over the boo. I mean, obviously the boo's there to prevent the player from landing on a note block. But there is something going on with that. Good. Whoop, missed it. Good. Oh, no. I was trying to let go once again to land in it, but didn't get it. I feel like we are supposed to land in a shell and jump out of it, but I don't see what the next target point is. There is an arrow that is an up diagonal arrow pointing to the top right. It doesn't seem like the shell is reaching anything there, though, so we'll have to see. Whoop. But yeah, I feel like we have to just let go of every button landing in a shell, and then we'll just need to aim that accurately. Oh, still not quite catching that. And if we're doing some kind of jump out of there, possibly at that point Junior gives me another shell to land on or something, but we'll... Whoops. Chris Money Slayer, welcome back. Okay. Here we go. Nope, missed it. Just straight up missed it. Yeah, because I feel like you land a shell in the square and just immediately get out of it. That's how I'm expecting it to go. Wait. Wait, but where do you go after that? Okay, no, I see the next block that is marked about a tile away from the pipe up top there. So yeah, there is a point that we're supposed to go to next, which I think is supposed to be another Junior shell. It is kind of one column over and a few tiles over, so it's a pretty big jump out of that bone shell. Unless the bone shell is supposed to land on something else first, I don't think so. Yeah, it would kind of go straight up on that bone shell. Exit straight up and then lean right. That should be how we do it. You see, at the point that you pick up the bone shell, that upper marker is not really visible, right? Like, you know you're supposed to jump out of the bone shell at the square, but you don't know where you're going. But now I have scrolled it far enough on a previous failed attempt to see what is supposed to happen there. And I think it's going to be another shell launch. Oh, no, it's a second shell launch. So you get out of the first shell, then you get out of a second shell. What? No, unless you bounce at it. Well, we'll see. There's just one square marker there. It does look like we can get into one shell and land on the next, but then what do we do with that? Unless we're supposed to get in a shell and land in another one, but I don't think so. Oops. Yeah, kind of tricky to weave our way through this one, but we'll do what we can. Yeah, because I'm looking at that and thinking, shell comes down, we land on a shell. If you get the first jump out of the shell, you can land in a second shell, but then you'd still have the same problem of reaching high enough. So I'm still trying to find the landing point for if we come out of the first shell. Whoops, missed it. You can see why the exit out the first pipe is prevented, by the way, because otherwise you can just exit this area with a bone shell, perhaps. You know, if you manage to get into a bone shell and then take out Junior and get into a clown car, theoretically, you could just slide back to the pipe at the entrance and jump your way through, but it is prevented by the blocks. Unless maybe you kind of slide into the side. No, I don't think you can do it. Again, we need to let up there. I think we actually need to maybe even jump on Junior first. Otherwise, we're not getting high enough to catch the next marker for where the blocks will go. I think we actually jump out of the shell and land on Junior, and then we go left. I feel strongly like that has to be the case, just given the layout of objects there. Because otherwise, how are you actually getting high enough to hit that next block? On the other hand, he's launching the shell already at that point, so it might be a bit late to do the thing I'm proposing, and jumping on it might throw off a lot of timing. I don't think it's safe to hit the note block. The boo is there for a reason. The boo is there as a shell launcher, I think. You know, if you keep jumping there, then maybe there's another shell to land on. Because there is a shell that kind of bounces and goes left. So if you keep on jumping in that location and re-entering shells, there is eventually a green shell that might give you a point for proceeding further up. Seems pretty finicky, though. Not the first time that we've had to juggle our way through a shell spawn point today, in terms of repeatedly jumping out of bones. Yeah, you see how the green shell comes in over there. Because you can get a bounce off it, then using the shell you can get a bounce off of the note block that is protected by the boo. So that's where we should be going, because with the shell intact, we can use the note block off the boo. Okay, I was thinking of trying to get the third one there, but yeah, because then that's the anti-cheese in that location. I feel like I'm still not reading that correctly, but... can't just do that indefinitely. So where are you supposed to go? Whoops. I want to find something to bounce off of as we are in the bone shell form. I don't see it yet. Unless we're supposed to go lower with it. So if you get into the shell, then you go down, and then you get into the trap down below, then maybe when you're below, then you can jump on top of a green shell coming down. I don't know. Could be. So maybe we should actually fall in and then jump back up towards the box. Perhaps as something like another shell comes down. Oh no, that's not it. I'm thinking about whether we want to stay in the first shell and find some other landing point for it, but I don't see it. Oh, we actually clipped that corner. Interesting. Without actually making a hit. Much too precise for me to do deliberately, though. Okay, so you get on the bone shell. Then what? It is very well put together. As we're saying, it's very meticulous. We just don't know what the next step is after getting into the bone shell. But yeah, it's amazing that it works as well as it does, like I was saying. You can jump out. Bowser's already firing shells at that point, though. You see, I can see very clearly where the next marker is, it's just that I don't know how to reach that. If you're going straight up, I don't know if we can actually hit the shell up in the next P block. Maybe we should be going for it. Since it's the next thing that looks like any kind of visual indication at all. Oh, interesting that we actually managed to get a bounce off of the next shell coming down, huh? No. Well, getting into that first shell actually managed to bounce into a second shell, but I feel like we can't rely on that at all. Definitely missing something about our next destination at that moment. Because you get in that shell, well, you've got a couple of different options. Almost tempted to veer back down and cycle over to Big Boo, but I can't imagine that's the case. I feel like that's definitely some kind of cheese prevention. But maybe so. Maybe we do down to the Big Boo. No. I mean, there's a marker on top of the square for a reason. So we are bouncing on top of something there. We are bouncing maybe on the next shell that's spawning there, and then maybe that can get me on top of the note block. There is something I'm bouncing on top of, and I can't even see what it is. So let's just ride the shell down, maybe, if we can. We do need to let up on the grab, though. Yeah, Red and I solved this already, so he knows if we're getting warmer. If the milk is getting warmed over. Whoops. Yeah, you see a green shell still kind of hanging around at that point. Maybe there's a green shell that's still bouncing around off screen. Yeah, because look at a green shell over there. Well, that's going to deflect pretty quickly, though, but we have some tighter jumps here, perhaps. Not that soon, but I'm thinking that it might be possible to get into the bone shell and land on the green shell as it's deflecting. Maybe that's the thing that gives you the bounce. Then you go for the note block. Would you? No, can't be right. Nah, kid, I play far too slowly to be at an event like SGDQ. I feel like if I ever attended one of those things, couch commentary would be my destiny. Well, Chris Money Slayer, I'm not good at Kaizo stuff at all either, which is why, the level that comes after this one is the one that's really terrifying. This level, execution-wise, like I was saying, is really not too bad. The issue I'm having with Bone Shell here is a reading error. It's not really an execution error as such. I just don't know what I'm doing with it. I don't know what my destination is with that jump. There are definitely some shells that give you opportunities there. I just don't see what's going on. Yeah, you're saying that I put in the grind, and if you try to put in the grind, it gets you frustrated? Yeah, understandable. Everybody has their limits. I mean, there's some things that I definitely don't grind out if I feel like they're just technically beyond me. That's true of a lot of the really tight spike precision stuff. I don't tend to grind those out at all. So you see a shell that was coming up over there. But yeah, the highest jump that I can get out of that shell just doesn't get me very far. That's the problem that I'm encountering. But clearly it was something I could bounce off from below it. Oh, it's the missile. Yeah, no, I see it. I see it. It's the Magic Koopa missile. That's what the Magic Koopa is doing. All this time I wasn't even thinking about what the Magic Koopa was even doing in that position. Yeah, it's the Magic Koopa missile. That's what you jump off of. It's so subtle, it's hard to see. It's very hard to see. But it seems like it's something that you can reliably hit. And yeah, Chris Money Slayer, I've been loving Mario Kart World. I haven't been on it so much in the past week or so, but I spent a ton of time just roaming around into photo mode. I feel like trying to set up interesting photos with the various costumes has actually been my motivation to run around in the open world and discover things like the P-switches and other things like that. The question mark panels as well. I haven't been doing so much of the free roam lately because I've actually just been playing the Knockout Tour online. I've been finding the online Knockout Tour more winnable than I expected because, you know, the first couple rounds, you just never know when you just get hit by the wrong item and you finish in 20th or whatever early on. But once the pack thins out, it is something that can be somewhat winnable. I can consistently get into the top 4 or top 8 or so, and I've been trying to win Knockout Tour online in all 8 of the available tracks, and I think I've done 4 of them so far. But I love the pacing of it. I've always liked long levels in games anyway. Just long stretches of continuous gameplay that it's uninterrupted. And yeah, Knockout Tour has just been kind of the ideal format for me in some ways. Natcat, you're saying, did they fix the new update in Mario Kart World? I know there was some discussion over the way the random selection works in standard multiplayer races. I don't do the standard multiplayer races, so I don't know what's going on with that. As I understand it, the issue was that for a while on the original release patch, people were widely selecting random whenever given a choice of the next track. In the standard versus races, specifically to try to get 3-lap races in the traditional format, rather than doing those intermission tracks that take you from point to point. And that was actually revised in a patch, and people were not happy about that if they preferred the traditional 3-lap format. That's how I understand the issue. I never paid attention to it because, again, like, I haven't even touched standard versus races. I'd rather play Knockout Tour. So. And, oh, that's a bit of a reading the chat death. Yeah, Chris Money Slayer, you were saying with Mario Kart World, because of the variety of characters, you dig it better than every other Mario Kart game so far, yeah. Oh, the roster is much improved. I always felt that the driver selection of Mario Kart should go deeper into the Mario series, rather than just giving you tons of variations of the core cast, you know, your baby versions, your pink, gold, peach, etc. It's much better to have costumes be the variants and just go really deep into Mario enemies. I keep forgetting that I'm... Oh, we got it. How did I even get it? Okay, so you are supposed to just jump out of the shell immediately. I didn't realize I could reach that. So that's the way it's supposed to look. I did it quite by accident. So you're not supposed to jump on a Magic Koopa missiles after all, and you're just supposed to... Oh, you are supposed to jump on a Magic Koopa missile. Okay, you hit the missile, then at the highest point, then you jump. Then you get on a shell. Okay, I see it now. See it now. Yeah, that's what we were going for. That was actually executing that accidentally. There we go. There we go. Except I need to hit the pipe. Now I understand it. Okay. Yeah. I need to let up on the grab button so we for sure land in the bone shell. But then you hold down the jump button to get a maximum jump off of what I remember CV Gaming affectionately calling the PlayStation button missiles. Whoops, onto Mecha. Not on Naboo. Yeah, and then you do the jump off of the highest point. Then you reach the next P-block marker, which gives you the shell, which gives you the landing on Bowser, which gives you... on Junior, rather, which then gives you the pipe entry at the very top. Okay, we've seen the whole sequence. We know how to do it. This took me way too long. But I understand it now. Let go, on the button, on, and then through. There we go. You see, once you read it, you can just do it. The execution was not bad, except you're not supposed to go through that pipe. Except, if you go through that pipe, you have to have something like a bone shell to jump back out. Wait, you have to have a bone shell to jump back out. So we have to keep the bone shell, then. Yeah, that's the only exit pipe. You have to have a bone shell to get out of that. So, okay, so we missed something still. We can't just jump out of the bone shell then. We have to land on things. Well, we land on a second shell. Okay. That's the solution. You land on a second shell that spawns in exactly that location. Now you can go for the gate immediately, but we might as well peek up here. Get another clown car. And take this path all the way up to see where it says SGDQ. And we'll just watch Bowser get wrecked a little bit there. And pop on through. There we go. Yeah, that was entirely just a reading issue. It was not at all a matter of execution. You land on the Magic Koopa projectile, you land on the second shell that spawns, as we knew we were trying to do. Then you can get in position to exit, and it's actually surprisingly simple. And also, as a whole, this level, much easier to execute than it looks. Much, much easier to execute than it looks. It's just that it's so busy to read at first. But definitely compared to my experience with, you know, Josh Bones or Boss Jones levels in the past, the actual button presses had plenty of spacing between them, and so we just needed to make sense of what was supposed to happen and kind of notice that there was a Magic Koopa in the corner that wasn't accounted for. Anyway, thank you so much for the GGs. Let's go on to the next level, which I said before is the one that I'm most worried about in terms of my capability for doing it, given the little footage I've seen of it. But we'll have some time to work on it, since we're only about 2 hours into the stream. So, let's take a look at Big Red Boy's contribution to this year's extravaganza. I hope I can get through it, because I am really looking forward to showing off the last level after this, the one by Naboo's. But pure Kaizo gaming, for someone who is absolutely not a pure Kaizo player, you can see the clear rate on this is not the highest. But let's plug in the code and unpin the previous one if we can. Let me see if I can do it. So, love how he's got the Super Famicom controller in the icon there for the pure Kaizo players. I do have a Super Nintendo controller that is what I'm using, but it doesn't have the Super Famicom colors on the buttons. Anyway, going to take a moment to hydrate here while I have my hands free and stretch out my fingers for a moment, and then we'll see if we can make it through. It's funny because when Kelly came by yesterday for Kelly's level, which was the one that took me about 2.5 hours yesterday, Kelly was saying that that level is the one that should be the hardest in this set, and this might be second, but... Oh, no, we need to push it and then jump over it. So maybe this isn't as bad as we think it might be from the pure Kaizo label, but we're going to have to see, because... Okay, jump down below. Pretty gentle so far, so... We'll see what the obstacles are going to be when we get to them. I mean, this definitely has the lowest clear rate we've seen so far. And that's even accounting for the sample bias of who's playing these levels in the first place, where... In some ways, many Kaizo clear rates are higher than they should be because a lot of players who know they can't do it will tap out pretty quickly. Now, the opening section, though, looks pretty gentle once we land accurately, instead of following this trail of death markers. It does look like the green pipe is reachable. I doubt there's anything there, though. Yeah, there's nothing. But we need to give ourselves that platforms. Yeah, Natcat, as race levels, you'd think they're mostly accessible, but... I mean, first of all, I'm not an elite Kaizo player like some of the runners are. I'm also a very slow player. In SGDQ 2023, there were 2 levels that the racers were unable to clear within the 8-minute limit. One of them took me about 2 hours. The other one, by Josh Bones, took me about 4. Because it was a don't land level that was very, very punishing. In ways that aren't even obvious until you play it. Like, it doesn't look that hard when you look at your own clear video, but because it has that don't land condition, there are so many different ways it can go wrong. No, this is... You kick the shell to... You kick the Koopa to the right. You land on a Koopa, you shell jump out. So that's our first shell jump that will be required. That in itself might be something I have a low hit rate for, so... If we go quickly, we can short bounce off to Piranha. But we need to go quickly to do that. Wrap around accurately. So Natcat, I would say that the SGDQ levels are kind of, from what I've played with this year's set so far, kind of equivalent to the last one that I ran 2 years ago, in that most of them are pretty simple and are just, you know, a matter of reading the central gimmick. Then you have 1 or 2 that are technically quite challenging. This is the only one this year that I think went fully uncleared in the relay race. But the one that we were talking about earlier, the level by Kelly that I was grinding out yesterday, was one where it was cleared right on the timer. And it was because of this kind of miracle run where I think the Beast one-shot the whole second section. But I actually went over to look at that again today because now that I have actually played through the level, I can look at it carefully and see what the runners were doing instead. I didn't really watch it carefully the first time because I didn't quite tune in by that point. But I went over the video of Kelly's level in the relay. And yeah, it was kind of interesting because you had one team really kind of finish way ahead of pace on the first section. But then they got stalled out by the second one. Yeah, Curbs one-shotting the first level, the music level, early on. That was quite something. Whoops. Whoops. Way too late. There's a bit of flexibility in terms of time here, but not that much flexibility. No, we need to work on our release timing. A little bit later than I've been doing, I think. Yeah, because Red Knight, you know, it's a fairly easy level and well marked, but it goes fast enough that most players are bound to miss something. Or just have a momentary misread, even with all the triple jump sequences going on, you know? So, very impressive play. We need to get in a bit closer with the shell jump. You see, this pipe with the spikes, it feels lower than I would usually go with a shell jump. I can do shell jumps. I'm much more capable of doing them than I used to be, but this feels like a low entry point, where I feel like I'm deflecting the shell rather, right on the spikes rather than on the pipe itself. I feel like I'm kind of lower on my arc than I should be to actually hit that. We'll need to sort it out. If we can get it done consistently, then we can proceed through this. I haven't really done Kaizo in quite a while now, so... Whoops. I need to go much lower than that, too. Yeah, you can let that have a bit more relaxed timing. Almost. Something is getting bombed on the right side for another shell setup, probably. That swamp coming down there. Yeah, take a relaxed timing on a piranha. That seems to work a lot better. Oh, almost. We just need to find that right pocket of timing for the shell jump to execute properly, and then we'll do it. Nope, too early. Maybe. Yeah, we want a shell to bounce like, close to the top rather than... on the pipe itself, which is very tempting to hit instead. Because of the way that a lot of shell jumps usually look when you're going for a lower entry point and a higher exit, so to speak. Oh, whoops, spin jump. Kick to the right. Oh, almost. Need to back up a little bit into the shell landing there. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's do this. There we go. And then Thwomp comes down. We need a spin on the Thwomp. Spin on the Thwomp, then we go up to the shell, and then you have an arrow on the pipe that tells me some kind of back throw on the shell. Whoops. Okay, if we can get there consistently to do that, then yeah, then you have another shell deflection going on. Now the back throw that we had in Josh Bone's level right before this one, in that first section, was really not too bad. So if we have a similar setup that gives us a reliable landing point, maybe we don't need to worry too much, but we'll see what kind of obstacle it is when we get there. Whoops. Can I get it? Too late. Too late. Just a tiny bit too late. But yeah, once you get to blocks down below, it is going to be a spin jump to get on top of that swamp, wrapping around on the right side. We should have read that accurately and didn't. Launch this to the right. Oop. Came in a bit low there. Too far to the left. Like I often say, when I first started streaming this game, I had never done a shell jump. Had no idea what I was doing with those. Had never done any kinds of training. I was thinking, okay, you know, we'll probably just get by with a lot of easier levels regardless. But I think I'd be impressed looking back that I can hit any of this stuff now. There's been some course of improvement over a great deal of time, even though I'm not exactly practicing with shells or practicing the genre on the regular. But there is a bit of intuitive muscle memory for those that does come with time and can be learned. Very similarly, that's why the Super Mario World ROM hack scene has taken off so well, I think, is that in some ways, with practice, the tech is more accessible than it looks. Which is not to say that we're good at it. Not yet. Here we go. Wrap around. I'm having too much forward momentum there. I need to cut momentum somehow. Maybe I... Yeah, I just need to straighten out a bit. We're starting to get this a lot more consistently. There we go. And then back throw here. Then it looks like we need to bounce on a shell in such a way that will project another landing point forward for me. So that'll be a bit tricky. We need to land pretty precisely out of the back throw. But we can get the shell jump forward down consistently, then we can get back to it in practice. Oops. Whoops, completely missed. Just this easy jump. Just need to tap him on the top left corner. There wasn't much to it. Oh. As you can see from all the death markers, though, we're not alone in taking the easy deaths. So, it does happen. There we go. Back throw. And it needs to be a short bounce off of that. A short bounce that projects to the right. Whoops. So we need to figure out where our landing point is on that back throw. And actually hit the target. The shell jump is not too terrifying, it just burns a lot of attempts as we straighten it out. It's just a basic single one. Just need to get a lot of good momentum correction on that landing and sort of back into it so we can slow down enough for it to wrap around on the thwomp. Anyway, let's figure it out piece by piece. But yeah, this one is much more of a pure execution level than A lot of the other ones we've seen so far, which were more reading challenges than anything. Okay. No, that's a bomb kick. Spin jump into a bomb kick. And you do minimum bounces on the bomb, kicking it to the right. You have to react really quickly to watch that accurately, but it's okay. We actually made it significantly further than we did on earlier attempts. That was a pretty good burst of progress, in fact. Nope. Higher jump, higher release. We know that. Typically, my approach to Mario Makers is to do with good puzzle solving and level reading what other people do with good mechanics. Unfortunately, when it's kind of a pure mechanical challenge, that's a little more difficult to shortcut a way through. So sometimes we just have to play, and have to play well. Oops. But we can get back there, you know, we've seen a good chunk of the sequence after that, so long as we land on a back row accurately, and it wasn't too bad to kick that Koopa out of the shell, out of the green shell into position. Not this green shell, but the one that's spinning after. What's a terrible throw? Yeah, once we can just find that pocket of consistency again with this jump, then we'll be progressing much better. Oh, nope, missed it. Not even the first time we've done that, where we just hop right over that Koopa. Okay. Nope, it's overshooting a little bit. Yeah, you need lots of slowdown on those turn blocks under the swamp in order to cut momentum well enough to get that spin. Nope, wrong way. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking ahead already to what we'll do differently once we get to bomb kick. But of course, you know, we had a really good run over the second green shell that time, and I don't know how reliably we'll do that part either on the back throw. Oops. I need to straighten this out. I had this earlier. We had this down comparatively well, but I've been fumbling it the last few times. Oh. Okay. Picked that Koopa pretty far over that time, and we needed to adjust accordingly. We're getting ahead of the shell a little bit. That's okay. We just need to find that landing. And we'll be alright. Oops. Okay, here we go. Checked it there. Let's see if we can get it. Nope. Yeah, again, the hit rate on even just a basic shell jump is just not very good right now, and so it does set back our attempts quite a bit. Yeah, I had this earlier. We just need to find it again. Whoops. Yeah, once again, we kind of adjusted this earlier with a higher shell release. I don't know why we've regressed a little bit. I'm doing that properly. Oh, too close that time. We were kind of adjusting for how far it kicked the shell, or kicked the Koopa rather, that time. And that threw me off a little bit. Whoop. That cat, time for me to join Team Shell? I don't know. Although, that cat, something that I've had said to me repeatedly is that in some ways the best way to train yourself on shell tech is to make a level that requires shell tech. Because in the course of designing and playtesting, you're going to be practicing constantly, even before you get to the question of the clear check. Whoops. That it seems like the way to learn Kaizo levels is to build a Kaizo level. Nope. We had this. Something about the positioning is a bit off now, but we'll get it back. Hopefully soon. Here we go. Back into this. There we go. Back throw. Nope. Yeah, the thing is, we need to position that throw in such a way that the shell gets ahead of me a bit. I think that the answer to that is actually to throw it a little bit earlier, because then the shell deflects ahead of me a bit and gives me enough room to bounce it from the left side and make it over to the unshelled Koopa after that point. Way better, almost. That was maybe still tapping that a bit far to the left, given Koopa's positioning down there. But we just need to get back there consistently enough to work on it. But yeah, an early throw seems to be a lot better. Nope, too low. Yeah, Natcat, you're saying you also would have to practice Kaizo outside of the stream, and you have thousands of hours in the game, but you never did that, so you're still poor at Kaizo. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's thousands of hours of content you can get out of this game without ever touching that. unlimited content, really. Just as how there are people who just practice precision all the time, right? But there are a lot of things like Kaizo trainer levels out there for people who actually want to work on it. I mean, as somebody who's streaming this game, I'm going to encounter a certain amount of this as well, and I know that saying that Natcat also ran viewer levels. But, you know, everybody who's streaming or playing this game in general has their limits for what they know they can do. I wouldn't say I'm any good at Kaizo. I mean, you know, as you can see, even with a single shell jump, my hit rate is pretty abysmal. But I'm not sort of immediately mentally giving up on it the way that I would have several years ago, when it looked like I just had no idea what was going on with how to press the buttons. Now I know at least what I'm aiming for and what it's supposed to look like. I found that often the most difficult thing with shell tech and a lot of item handling in general is that it's difficult to read how to correct your mistakes, whether you've gone too far forward or back or too far up or down. That most challenging thing is just to figure out how to fix your mistakes in the first place and which way you should be correcting. Because until you've done a good number of shell jumps, that isn't actually clear. And then you start to get a feel for what you're doing wrong when you do it wrong. But the way that I know that is a bit of a low release that I'm trying to correct for over here. No. And in particular, that the thing that distinguishes Kaizo for me is that there are a lot of kinds of button inputs that, you know, a lifetime of playing standard Nintendo Mario will never teach you because you never need to use them. In particular, things like when to hold down jump while releasing items. That stuff becomes part of Kaizo muscle memory, but it's something that you have no reason to learn until you play Kaizo, right? Likewise for a lot of the precision people that, you know, they have their own bag of tricks as well that unless you play that genre, you have no reason to learn it. Oh. Maybe that's true of a lot of things I take for granted in puzzle levels as well when it comes to item handling, like using certain items to push out of ones or stack them, or other things that are just part of the standard toolkit. But which might be forbidding to people who just don't play puzzles. Okay, back into this. Good. Back throw, not up throw. So yeah, furthest we've gotten so far is the bomb after this on the platform that gets up to the on-off switch. We did have a sudden burst of progress the first time we got there. No, back throw. I'm reversing back and then it's giving me this accidental up input. And Mario just one level after this one. This is the penultimate one. Second last in the sequence, number 10 out of 11. But yeah, the one before this was kind of tricky, but trickier to read than it actually was to execute. This one, like I said, was the one in the relay that went uncleared. The last one by Naboo is I think probably not especially challenging to execute, but it is something that has a bit of a showstopper gimmick to it that I'm looking forward to showing off. I don't even know if the level is still up on live servers, but we downloaded it just in case. But it has a very unique concept that we're aware of already. Every time the GDQ relays, there's always potentially, you know, a showpiece level or two that depends on some kind of gimmick that is very likely deletable by Nintendo, and so I've made a point to always check ahead to see if I should download anything locally. My core spot is just absolutely stuffed. Sometimes with just old playtests for other people that I don't actually need to keep around anymore, but we've had to clear some space sometimes for events like this one. And I'm very glad I did, because I still have both Samuel and Documents levels from the previous GDQ sitting around in my core spot, and both of them were deleted, and both of them were two of the most memorable levels I played in Mario Maker generally. Samuel was the portal level, and oh, not far enough. And Documents was the one where you had to, I think it was called Orange You Glad, and it was the one where you had to drop the POWs outside of the color boundary in order to progress, and there was a, you know, POW position detector that was the central mechanism. Yeah, two of the best levels in the game, except they're no longer in the game. And even the one that was one of the ones that took us a long time last time, the Goombud level by Quacken, was dependent on the kind of glitch behavior for Goombuds to just walk indefinitely in midair. I don't know if that was ever taken down. That was also a very unique level. We had seen that particular mechanic before in some other levels, but I knew it was a deletion risk as well. But I remember that for the 2023 set, which was coordinated by Supernova at that time, if I'm not mistaken. It was a package that was thrown together specifically to show off a lot of things about this game that Nintendo doesn't want you to see. And so, yeah, pour one out for Nova. I know that he was kind of in the middle of doing this super ambitious Super World at one point, and then before completing it, just kind of crashed out of the game completely, and then started streaming Fortnite or something for a while. And then even in that context, I haven't seen him around in some time. Yeah, exceptionally talented maker who just burnt out completely, and you know, that happens. It's unfortunate for us as players when it does, but yeah, I know that Big Red Boy, who made this level, has coordinated some of these sets in the past himself, and was also doing commentary one year, if I remember correctly. There are a couple of people that we see in and out of the Maker streams and Discords who have shown up to the GDQ events. I can't quite remember the sequence of who did what. Last year, because it was just the Troll and Glitch showcase with Carl at the controls, it was a lot of the people more involved in the Troll Tech side that's where kind of involved behind the scenes on that. Whoops. Right, with Beachin, yeah. Beachin I haven't seen around in a long time too. I mean, also just this excellent player. Beachin, I realized, actually sent me my first ever Kaizo viewer level before he was even a streamer. It was shortly before he got his own capture card and then really kind of established himself. He got married recently. Well, congratulations to him. Yeah, I haven't kept up with him in quite a long time, just haven't seen him online. But yeah, I remember kind of going through my stream archives and chat and going back to my first ever viewer level stream, and Beachin sent me this level that I crashed out of because I didn't know how to do shells, and eventually, it was very heavily revised. Eventually, I did go back to what was the final level based on that initial framework, and I did clear it years later, I want to say. But yeah, great player. Very much an all-round player. Kind of like the Red Knight equivalent in a different time zone, right? Somebody who can do the Kaizo and do the puzzles. The Gaming Sage, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you've been enjoying the Switch 2 upgrades to Tears of the Kingdom. I have acquired that and I have not taken the time to look at that yet. Because I still have a lot of unfinished business in Tears of the Kingdom from when I was streaming it heavily in 2023. Probably the heaviest I've ever streamed a game. Because we were on that thing daily, sometimes even twice daily. Mostly without a paraglider. Oops. Anyway, you're here to steal my cookies, you were saying? Well, I mean, you know, if you need to head to any websites that require cookies, be my guest. Oops. Tech Wolves, you're saying the voice memories in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are both really good. Yeah. I was going to go through that at some point in Breath of the Wild. I did get the upgrades for both games. I just haven't done anything with them apart from getting my initial stats off the app and giving them a minute's look to see how they run. But I was going to kind of dabble in that with Breath of the Wild. With Tears of the Kingdom, I might hold off on that until I've done more of the game blind and unguided before I do anything with the app. The Gaming Stage, since I didn't catch your stream, I don't know if you're set up to really show off what the app is doing with any kind of screen mirroring from your mobile, or how you've managed to display that. But yeah, I picked both of the upgrades up for a rainy day, essentially, and with Tears of the Kingdom, I want to save the content for stream because we would love to go back to it that way, but... Oh, you put the phone to the mic so everyone heard the memories, I see, yeah. If I have a model of phone that would, you know, allow me to just have an additional input into OBS or something, or screen mirroring on my computer, that would have made it very convenient to show that off, but I'm not set up for that. But that's a good workaround. And yeah, welcome as well, Tech Wolves. Hope you enjoyed the stream over there with all the voice memories, as you were saying. Come on, let's fix this shell jump. Come on, let's fix that. You're saying as long as I have the Nintendo Switch app, I'll be fine. Yeah, as I do. No, I have Zelda Notes, and I've looked at it to get my stats. Like I said, I screenshot the initial stats from my existing files. It seems like it grabs the total time across your entire account. So for Breath of the Wild, you know, the stats that it has preserved so far are across both your standard and your master mode playthrough. And of course, there are some things that it has to start tracking from zero because they were not previously tracked. But some of the data from existing playthroughs is in there. It's just collated across both modes, in the case of Breath of the Wild. I like that they have the additional save slots on the same profiles now too, because one thing I've found that I've had to complain about with Nintendo, starting with the Wii U era, is how they started doing the one save file per profile thing with so many of their games. With Breath of the Wild, it was technically 2 back in Switch 1 because of Master Mode being separate, but still. Okay. This back throw. Keep doing this phantom up throw here. Yeah, when Breath of the Wild first came out, the thing that sort of excited me the most conceptually was doing a straight to Ganon run and having the flexibility to do that. And we actually just never got around to learning that aspect of the game because of the save file limitations. I mean, I could have just set up an additional Switch profile for it, but I didn't like splitting my data that way and having to deal with accumulating tons of additional profiles just for that. I find that I always want more separate save slots just to properly experiment. Sucks that you can't even restart your voice memory progress if you wanted to hunt them down a second time. Yeah, a couple of things that are profile linked fall into that problem as well. That's one issue that I have with things like campaign progress in the Splatoon games, for instance, where you can't actually restart Octo Expansion from scratch, for instance. And Octo Expansion is one of the best 3D platformers I've played from Nintendo. And there's kind of a 3D platformer trinity. Switch 1. There's Super Mario Odyssey, there's Octo Expansion, and there's Kirby and the Forgotten Land. 3.5 if you count Bowser's Fury. But Octo Expansion, you know, absolutely kind of belongs in that conversation, and it's got such an interesting map structure in terms of how you progress through it. That would be a great deal of fun to do it from scratch, but you need a fresh profile to do it. I've actually been playing a fair bit of Side Order again recently at Gaming Sage because it's one thing that really benefits from the performance improvement in Splatoon 3 on Switch 2. That Side Order just looks magnificent now. Anyway, you've got to run. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid and for bringing Tech Wolves over to steal my cookies. And do get some rest. We might be at this level for a while, especially if I get past checkpoint 1 and get into sunk cost fallacy, so. Tech Wolves, you enjoyed Splatoon 3's main campaign more than Octo? I don't know about that. I like Splatoon 3 quite a lot, but Octo Expansion was one of those where, you know, because you didn't have to get the player through any tutorial content, it just kind of hit the ground running. I do have to go back over Splatoon 3 at some point with more of the weapons, though. I do love the endgame with it, though, with After Alterna. We actually kind of had about a year's break between doing the campaign and actually going back to finish After Alterna because I kind of procrastinated on it at the time. And I always loved big end games like that, you know, that's why Super Mario 3D World is such a big standout for me. Just because of the entire endgame sequence of Champions Road and everything else. Whoops, back throw. Yeah, I have trouble sometimes with some of these up diagonal inputs that I accidentally get in. But yeah, I've really enjoyed just messing around in side order again. Back when it came out, I just, you know, cleared everything with every weapon pretty quickly, but... Because once you start getting a win, then it's easy to get all the other wins, essentially. But... Now with the performance bump in Switch 2, it's fun just to get back in it and just watch everything splatter. Whoops. We're having trouble with that back throw. We've only really kind of fully succeeded on that once to get over to the bomb sequence, which we haven't had a chance to learn properly yet. So we've been stuck here for some time. Nope. We need a bit of a higher release, a higher jump there. Oh, too high on that bounce. Otherwise we were actually in good shape. That time we actually were on track to not drop the unshelled Koopa in the middle of nowhere. No. Yeah, I keep hitting that up diagonal by mistake when I'm going back in the D-pad. No, it's unfortunate. I'm on a Super Nintendo D-pad. The sort of Switch 1 Pro Controller D-pad is even worse at that. It's famously unplayable for games like Tetris 99 because if you're tapping back and forth, you get phantom up inputs all the time. The Super Nintendo D-pad is much, much better, but it's not completely immune to that, especially with the way I hold it. So sometimes we run into issues with accidental twirl jumps in 3D World, for instance. I just mean to go straight forward, so you have to be fairly deliberate about the inputs on it. I mean, some of this is blaming the controller, some of this is just... It's a great controller, actually. It's my favorite. It's what I've used for almost all of my Mario Maker streaming. But we've been having trouble with the back throw here, and that's something that I don't normally really test myself against as somebody who's not a regular Kaizo player who would have to do that. And specifically in Super Mario World, where the difference between a back throw and an up throw is very critical. As opposed to the other styles where you just don't have an up throw, and so an up diagonal doesn't punish you in quite the same way if you do it accidentally. Oh. Backed up a bit too much that time. We've been getting to shell jump a bit more often than before, at least, which is nice to see because we just burned so many attempts on it. Oops, come on. Bounce up, and then whoop. Too far forward that time. Yeah, you do need to back into that flump a little bit, just not too late. So we'll see what we can do with this. There we go. Nope. Yeah, the deflection there is too low right now. We need to jump higher into that. I just haven't been able to practice that enough to really fix it up consistently. No, back throw. Back throw. Yeah, the accidental up throw there is becoming a bit of a problem. We didn't do it quite so much previously. It's caught us more often than not the last few times. Oops. Yeah, it just takes lots of attempts sometimes. We have still so much of this section to get through too, as far as I can tell. Because you got the bomb kick forward, we haven't even seen what's beyond that point. But we can just kind of get the shell jump down consistently again, then we'll at least be able to work on that back throw. That has become the new sticking point. No, back throw. Back throw. I don't know why it's so difficult to get that input down. It's... Whoops. You know, we see that and we expect that every time, and still, it's really difficult to get it. Yeah, I was wanting to watch Kaizo as another to have your hands on the controller and figure out the subtleties to what the really tricky traps are going to be when it comes to the inputs. Not always something that's directly visible. No. If we missed like that, a second bounce on the flop was perfectly fine and would have gotten us over successfully. Nope, missed it completely. I was in a good position that time, actually. We just got outpaced by it a bit too much. It's funny because one of my earliest attempts at the back throw was also our most successful. We just haven't been able to replicate that since. Back throw. Too low. Yeah, you need a very full jump there. And the thing is, I'm juggling so many input considerations there at once in terms of just trying to get the back throw direction straight that we're not really getting into the right position to deal with it. There's a lot that we're doing consciously there right now that we'd like to bake into muscle memory eventually. We're just not getting the deflection to go the way we want. I need a better angle on that jump. Pulling it a little further to the left, perhaps. Nope, too far to the left. The actual hit. It's getting a bit closer though. Then we get to the bomb, then it's an up throw, followed by spin jump off of the platform and series of spins off the bomb. But we're thinking way ahead, considering that we haven't even been back there a second time yet. After so many attempts. No. That was a bit of a late throw anyway, that wouldn't have hit. But I'm so conscious of the throwing direction there that I'm probably not conscious enough of where we're standing in the first place on the jump up to the throw. And positioning that properly. No, too low. Still much too low. We just need to throw that a bit later. We've been throwing a bit too early. Formerly, I was thinking, oh, you go a bit earlier and then you try to let the shell outpace you, but now we're going too early on the throw to the point that we are just throwing too low and whiffing completely. Possibly even jumping too low. And until we get consistent practice in that segment, we just won't have our target lined up where we need. Yeah, we could just improve the hit rate on that shell jump as well, then one less thing to worry about. But we haven't really meaningfully improved on that too much. We've been getting it more often at least, but still well below par for us when it comes to kind of hit rate on single shell jumps that I would expect. Yeah, nice and late in that throw. There we go. No. We missed pickup completely. I backed into it too soon. That's why we kicked it. I was already preparing for the backward movement, and we hadn't actually gotten to pickup yet. Oh. Never mind that. Oh, backed into that too early. Again, I knew I had to slow down and cut momentum on that landing under the thwomp, but pulled back way ahead of schedule that time, in spite of landing the jump accurately. Oh, whoops. Let's not blow the easy stuff with the very obvious spin jump at the beginning. Yeah, that's a bit of a late throw. I've been trying to throw later because it has been giving me a bit of success in terms of just finding the right pocket of timing on that jump. But that's going way too late with the bounce there. And that's what happens when Mario's trajectory is already too far in the downward arc. When you whack yourself like that, so... No. Terrible jump. We just let up on that entirely. We've kind of lost our position on this. We had a good set of attempts earlier. One moment, I may need to interrupt for just a few minutes. We'll be right back if we can. All right, we should be able to continue. We'll try to get some semblance of muscle memory back, not that we're particularly well trained in this sequence. Oops. Yeah, so we've been stuck here for a while. This is still the first segment. We may or may not actually score to clear on this one today. If we don't, then we'll continue on additional stream to get this in the last level done. Because it may, in fact, need a couple hours of work at this point if this is our progress even through comparatively easy material. We'll try to hit that checkpoint and get into the zone where we want to continue, because I don't want to give up the checkpoint once we've earned it. We do have to get there first. No. At least we're throwing backwards accurately now, but the positioning is clearly not right. Way too shallow an angle. Nope. Still too low. We need to kind of jump at a sharper angle, throw higher towards that pipe. We've been so concerned about doing a back throw at all there that the positioning just has never been fixed up. But yeah, I really need to kind of curve backwards towards that right away. So today we've just gotten levels 6, 7, 8, 9 down. In the sequence, the first 3 came down pretty quickly. As a junior level after that took a bit more time, but we did get it together. And the inputs were in India not that difficult. Natcat, you're saying your Charizard emote believes in me, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Everything here is technically approachable so far. We just haven't had the accuracy to do it and practice the segments properly because we just haven't succeeded well enough at some of the basics here. We'll see if we can get it today. We might not. But I bought myself plenty of time to push through it, so... in terms of just getting to this level early enough on the stream to... I think we could give it a shot. Yeah, we need to back into this a bit more. We've died in the swamp a few times now, even when successfully jumping that far. Which is not something we want to squander, given how much trouble we've been having with a shell jump. A lot better, but we need a short bounce. A lot better. That's how the throw is supposed to look. That's how the throw is supposed to go. So in terms of positioning, we prepare that back input well in advance and get a much better throw off of that. Almost had it. That would have been a good landing point for getting to the Koopa. Did I finish Mario Rabbids game? Yeah, the Donkey Kong Adventure expansion to the original Mario plus Rabbids. We did finish it. I didn't do the post-game challenge levels on it yet. We might go back to that at some point. I'd like to. But yeah, for something that was a DLC expansion, that was a good chunk of content, actually. And in some ways more satisfying than the main game from what I remember 7 years ago. At some point in the back burner, we do have the sequel game, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, which is, as I understand it, a little bit more experimental in terms of how it shakes up the tactics format. And that, for one thing, is not based around a grid. And that one has a whole season passes worth of DLC expansions as well, so it's a pretty big game as far as I know. Actually, I know the Gaming Sage who rated us earlier did run through it at some point, I believe. Sparks of Hope. But we haven't taken a look at it yet. It's been on the back burner for some time. We'll see if we can make room at some point. Right now we have a pretty clear set of priorities for the streaming content we want to show off in 2025. The biggest thing on the calendar right now being Donkey Kong next week. Which is why I'm eager to get through this. This is why we, among other reasons, decided to continue with the GDQ levels instead of running fewer levels today, is that I knew I'd want to take the time to get these done properly with some time to spare before things go bananas. Almost, a little far to the left still, but the throw's looking better. Slightly better. We can get reliably and get to that bomb. We're in a lot better shape. And then we still have some amount of this segment left to go. That. mean, it's what this level says on a tin. It's called Pure Kaizo Gaming. And there's no particular gimmick beyond that so far that we can see. You just need to know how to play. Oops. You heard Tony Hawk Pro Skater came out a day or two for the Switch 2. Yeah, I've never played any of the Tony Hawk games, to be honest. I remember when they were a really big deal as a series. But we never really got into that. I actually didn't know that with the Switch 2 releases because, you know, I've been clearing my calendar in anticipation of Donkey Kong. There are a couple of smaller releases in July and August that I'm keeping an eye on. They might be more of a wait for a sale situation just because I don't have the time. Like that new Dark Pac-Man game, Shadow Labyrinth, that looks really interesting. The new Shinobi game. I think it's called Art of Vengeance or something like that. Anyway, the new Shinobi game, that looks fascinating. But those are things that, you know, we probably won't squeeze in at release. I just doubt I'll have the time. But of course, a lot of people are waiting for some clarity on Nintendo's schedule for the rest of the year as well in terms of the first-party releases, because it looks like they want to have a busy calendar and we just don't know what is going where on it just yet when it comes to everything that's been announced for the remainder of the year. The priority for us will be Metroid Prime 4, of course, and on the third-party end, Hollow Knight Silksong, if it does in fact make the end of the year as promised. Which I think everybody has a reason to take cautiously. And end of August, we will of course be looking at the expansion for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. It was a fantastic experience to stream the original game to 100% back when it released a few years ago. Back in 2022, I want to say. So I'm very much looking forward to getting back into it. And we'll see how the schedule kind of fills out in between that. Too high. Or too late. I've been meaning to get into... So, yeah, Netcat, every now and then I get a month of PC Game Pass, Microsoft PC Game Pass. Every now and then when I have the time to actually catch up on it. And with both Clair Obscur and Blueprints, and last year's Indiana Jones game, like, those have kind of all been on my checklist for next time I have some time to binge through Game Pass for a month, we'll do that. I'm interested in all of those. Split Fiction, I just don't have a co-op partner for it. And that's the case with all of those recent co-op games by Joseph Fares, including It Takes Two prior to that. You know, those are conceptually very fascinating to me. We just haven't really set up with someone to play it, so... I haven't even looked at Death Stranding 1. I want to do a big Hideo Kojima catch-up at some point, and again, that's a longer-term thing, like a few years out maybe even, because we just have trouble cramming that into the schedule, but there's too much to play for anyone who's interested in more than one game, you know, so... See, that's the problem with preferring video games that require, or at least encourage, long-term commitment and time investment, like Mario Maker, is that you do see how it's at odds with playing a lot of smaller or more time-bounded titles that might interest you. And, you know, in periods when I've been off Mario Maker and only doing one stream of it every week or two or so, you know, that's usually because I've got some other game going on that I'm catching up on. And not all of them will wind up on a stream simply because I found that with longer games in particular that I'm reluctant to let too many things take over the stream for long periods of time unless there's a specific reason why I want to record my playthrough. And there are some games in the past that I would have really liked to stream, but in some sense they were just too much content and too much to do that I, you know, would rather have taken the time to play them off stream first. As I was saying a couple of streams ago, I'm kind of undecided on whether I want to actually stream Persona 5, for instance, which I've had sitting on my backlog for some time, because it's kind of famously long. Famously very, very long. But at the same time, there's a good bit of interest in it. And it might just be one that I wind up playing off stream at some point, but I haven't made a decision on that. And so we just wind up putting off the game entirely instead. Because it's one that is likely to just, you know, take over the channel for months if we did decide to do it. You really do kind of have to pick your battles sometimes. Especially because, you know, with me, especially when I'm talking about things, I'm a pretty slow player. We can't bop the bomb like that. This was the best attempt in a long time for us. We need to get on top of that bomb and spin it. Yeah, we need to go around the bomb first, though. We need to let it come down, and then we spin towards it and kick. So we should get on its left if we can. That was the best attempt in so long. Again, a bit of a higher throw is necessary. Yeah, and again, I'm not really up to speed often with what the game of the year conversation is in any given year because well, that kind of comes and goes for me. Some years I really do a big catch up on a lot of new releases, and some years are just kind of pure backlog for me. But yeah, like I said, sometimes when I just have a month where I feel like there's not too much else going on, I'll just binge on Game Pass for a month, but it doesn't happen that often now. Yeah, you really like the lineup this year? Understandable. Oh, nope. Need to actually land on a bomb. That's kind of important. And yeah, you've gotten through both Clair Obscura and Split Fiction already, you're saying? Yeah, would love to catch up at some point. I don't really feel the urgency of playing things in release year necessarily, though. Yeah, because some years video game releases are just absolutely bountiful beyond belief. And it takes several years after that to catch up on one particular vintage. Red Knight, I've kind of had Animal Well in mind since last year. I was trying to find time on my stream for it, to be honest. And we never managed to fit it in. Because it's also exactly the kind of thing that interests me conceptually, but... And of course we've been trying to stay unspoiled for it. So we can really go in blind. But yeah, when Animal Well released, I was definitely thinking we have to, you know, figure out how to make time for it. And again, sometimes by the time we get to things, we don't end up getting a chance to stream them. I remember a few years ago, Rena, you were one of the people who recommended Tunic to me. And I actually did finally catch up on it last year and absolutely loved it, predictably. But again, it was another one that I kind of did an off-stream and wanted to... big catch-up marathons I was doing on my own time. Nope, still missing that. A little far to the left on the shell bounce, but at least we're kind of getting the right angle to get the back throw now. When we kind of curl up towards the pipe and throw at a sharper angle, a little bit higher, it actually helps aim the back throw rather than having it come off as a mistaken up throw anyway, so... I can't believe we're still in the first segment here. That's... It's not even that technically difficult, we've just been not playing well. Oops. That's the thing about this level, is that I know that with all the troubles we've had here, that the level is still going easy on me at this point. Whoops. Red Knight, you said you were slightly sore when Balatro won Game of the Year over Animal Well. I'm not even sure which award you would mean by that. Unless it was like a... What must have been the Jeff Keighley Game Awards or something like that, or... in the indie category? I guess that's the big one that has this, you know, huge streaming ceremony these days, right? So... Oh, too soon still. Now, Cat, people are always upset about anything winning, given just how partisan their mentality tends to be in the video game discourse space, especially. That's why, you know, there are so many historical resentments that are just bound up in that sometimes, whether it's against a particular platform or a particular genre or developer or something like that. It's more surprising when people are happy. No, still too far to the left. Astrobot does look great. I don't have a PS5, but it's one of the very few games where, you know, I kind of wish that console rentals were still a thing. And as easily accessible as they used to be, because I would love to just have access to somebody's PS5 for a week to play Astrobot. I miss console rentals. I talk about this quite a lot. That was how I played Donkey Kong Jungle Beat back in the day, was I actually managed to rent the bongos. And in hindsight, I should have just acquired the bongos, even if it was just for that one game. But yeah, that's how I got through some other systems in the past, where there wasn't enough of the library to interest me in actually getting the console for myself. And I find a PS5 is kind of in that situation where there's just enough that interests me, but not enough that it would be worthwhile for me to pick up the console when I hardly have room for more games as it is. But yeah, I would love to do a run through Astrobot, for sure. Natcat, you're saying that's certainly not exclusive to video game discourse. Oh yeah. People have all kinds of personal bugbears that motivate all of their public positions. Whoops. I don't know, though. Video games tend to be on a high end of people being very vocally passionate. Maybe I'm just more exposed to that. And I say that even though I'm not actually that exposed to that. I don't really spend much time with video game media or YouTube or anything like that, so... Obviously, I spend a lot of time on Twitch, but when you spend a lot of time on Twitch, you realize how very individuated everybody's experience and history as a player is, that everybody has their blind spots, everybody has their specializations, the things they know really well, the things they don't know well at all, and it's never necessarily in the configuration you would expect, right? That that's kind of what makes their individual backgrounds and personalities interesting as players, just what they take in with them. No, too high. I want to throw the shell sooner and closer to the pipe. Yeah, I'm trying to go closer to the pipe. We've just been in trouble executing it. Yeah, Red Knight, I remember I rated you right before you played this level yesterday, and I think we didn't get a read of this section at all because you practically one-shot it. A far cry from my experience here, but that's because we've been missing some of the simple stuff. Oops. Yeah, not quite reaching. That's too far left. Natcat, yeah, that's true. Sports as well, I guess. Especially with people having, you know, club affiliations that are just indoctrinated from birth. The shell jump's looking better. I feel like the consistency can slip sometimes if I'm not paying attention, but the rhythm feels more comfortable. Like I said, I haven't really been doing any Kaizo for a long time, and so sometimes it just takes a while to get that back. Oops. But yeah, one of the reasons I don't really pay too much mind to things like reviews and awards and so on is because I know that media coverage of video games naturally encourages a very different kind of pace and style of play than what I would necessarily go for myself. When people are sort of experiencing games in a very time-bound fashion, like on deadline, and playing them in a whole cluster of other titles and such, you're going to get a very different read of what they end up valuing and what jumps out as special. And also a very different sense of depth of when it comes to how much patience they have to explore deeper game systems that kind of take a while to become rewarding. So, and there's a lot of lapses in genre knowledge sometimes that are bound up in that. Particularly if it's in a genre that you know well, say like platformers, where you can't trust what anybody says about difficulty because like their calibration for that is just based on their own experience, right? And whoops. I can't believe we're still here. That's okay. We may or may not actually be able to clear this one today, but there's a possibility if we're still kind of in a section late in the stream. I might actually zip ahead to do Nabuza's level first and maybe save this clear for an additional backlog stream, but we'll see. I was hoping to do it all in sequence. I mean, you know, like I said last time around, we had the 4-hour grind through the Don't Land Josh Bones level, and we managed to do it at great personal cost. This isn't even that technically difficult, it's just we've been having trouble with a few specific moments. It doesn't even feel as bad as that piece which we were dealing with in Kelly's level yesterday. I just haven't practiced the relevant segments well enough here to sort them out yet. Because, yeah, we were just absolutely murdered by the piece which dropped yesterday. Nope. Yeah, we want to crank further to the right for the landing. That seems to be the spot where we do want to make contact with it. We just haven't really found that position yet. Nope. And of course, the up throw, back throw issue is still in play. Oops, nope, still too far to the left on that. We want to leave it a little bit more room to go forward. Again, just kind of cranking back to the right. If we can get a consistent throw position, we'll be very glad to see it. Oops. Still too far to the left to catch that bomb. We want to land directly on that bomb, because we want to get that up throw while we're on the platform. Nope. But yeah, if we can fix up that positioning on the back throw, we'll be sailing. For at least a few more jumps after that, perhaps. It's too bad we blew that last attempt where we did manage to reach the bomb by accidentally just jumping directly underneath it. Nope, too shallow. Oh. Saved that just barely, and not for very long. That would have been too far to the left anyway. So we hit the shell too early, in effect. We wanted it to go a little further to the right. And then in that same column, we would have been able to project the Koopa to the right as well. So maybe we need to fix up the airtime that we're getting off that segment. That was right. We need a shorter bounce. I just wasn't expecting to get to bounce. But the positioning of the throw was finally correct. It's alright, still working on it. Whoops. After a fashion. Netcat, I had to mouse over that emote and figure out what Pokemon even is that. I don't know my Pokemon all that well. No, higher bounce there than a minimum bounce under the spikes. I didn't expect how much of a kick we would get off of that. That's actually the best attempt we've had. We just need to read the bomb kick properly. If we can get back to it. And we don't even know what's past that at this point, so we'll see how much we need to repeat the rest of this. There's this quiz that I remember that was, I think, on McSweeney's Internet Tendency like a long time ago, which is Pokemon or pharmaceutical, and we just have a list of names that were one or the other. Now, the thing is, if you know Pokemon, it's really obvious which one is which, but if you're not familiar with that field, and I think a lot of their target readership was not, then it would be a little trickier. I was also told a while ago that this one fellow who's a top-level Scrabble champion, who I know and whom I've played with, had in the past made a list of Pokemon that are anagrams of valid words in the dictionary. as a bit of a joke study aid. So, for example, you would have Heracross come out as horse cars. Like that if we show you in the bot. And it was a whole list of all the valid ones that actually match. You can do it algorithmically, of course. You can just kind of do it, search in a dictionary to generate such a list. But it's kind of an entertaining way of finding mnemonics for, you know, when you find the name of a Pokemon in a set of letters, you know what it is, a word there. Oops. But yeah, Pokemon is a kind of once every many generations thing for me, so I've never known it really that deeply. I understand that people who play Scarlet and Violet have really been enjoying the performance bump on Switch 2. More to most other games that made a transition. Yeah, Pokemon's kind of in that situation where, you know, I find it very interesting as a turn-based strategy game. I'm not particularly interested in a lot of the collection aspects of it and the grinding and training and so on. Yeah, is it a drug or Pokemon? That's probably the thing I was thinking of, that I got. Tell me how you did on the quiz. I mean, if you know your Pokemon, it's trivial, but it's kind of entertaining to think about anyway. And yeah, Red, now you're off. Yeah, happy streaming on your end as well. Thanks for joining us for so long. We'll see if we actually get through this level today. But whether we do or not, thanks for accompanying us for the journey. Whoops. Oh, you mean you found an actual interactive quiz? Yeah, no, I remember it was just kind of published as an article originally, but then I guess somebody actually kind of ran with the idea of a drug or Pokemon quiz. Quality humor, you're saying Pokemon seems much better than the ROM hack world these days. I don't have any idea what's going on with Pokemon hacks. I know, you know, a couple of years ago, of course, Twitch Plays Pokemon really took off, but we don't have a context for the custom scene there at all. Whoops. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I look at Pokemon and I think this game clearly has really deep and interesting battle systems. And I just can't be bothered to collect and grind up a team that would take advantage of that. It's much of the same attitude I have towards collectible card games. You know, fascinating systems, but as a player, the sort of collection barrier doesn't seem that fun. The example I tend to give is how, you know, in Hearthstone I always loved playing Arena, but I just had no interest in the constructed side of the game because you would always just have the metagames settle in particular ways, and then actually building the collection isn't something I find satisfying. Whoops. Back throw. come back to haunt us. It has, in fact, come up to haunt us. People who look into game design always talk about balancing extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation with the kind of rewards you get from grinding and leveling up and filling up bars and ticking off boxes and achievements and so on, and the intrinsic motivation of just the systems themselves. I lean very, very heavily, compared to most player bases, I think, towards the intrinsic end of the spectrum in terms of what I actually find satisfying. I find I sometimes have difficulty understanding how people can be that motivated by grind-based reward systems or random loot or spending untold amounts of money on random rolls. Oops. Oops. I don't want to spend 1,000 hours or $500 in some functionally the same pixels. No, I don't really see the interest in that. I mean, but the curious thing is that some people do, and a significant part of the industry now depends on the fact that they do, and would not survive without it. One of the reasons that Xenoblade 2 actually was such a fascinating game to us, because it does have this random roll system to collecting the blades and assembling your team, but it is completely insulated from any kind of, you know, additional injection of cash. So it's just purely the randomization mechanic without the exploitation. I guess that's true of some of the in-game figurine collections, and well, Kirby and the Forgotten Land comes to mind. I remember that Minish Cap had something like that. Various games that on Nintendo's end are still insulated from anything microtransactional, but still trying to gate collection behind random rolls in some sense. But yeah, sometimes you just have to set your own limits for when 100% is worth caring about. Instead of just always going for completionism for its own sake. I don't know if we'll actually beat this today. We're still in the first segment. I was expecting this might be a bit of an hours-long experience, but I was hoping we'd do better. No. Yeah, this back throw has proven to be a very serious choke point. Much more serious than I expected, because I think it was just our second attempt at doing it that actually went pretty successfully, and then we've underestimated it ever since. Nope. Bad throw. I kind of found a rhythm for that after many attempts, but you don't want to get to the point of losing it again. No, wrong way. And would have been too far to the left regardless. Okay, you're saying you think having an ad shoved in your face every time you turn on the game is the biggest nuisance. So when you have lots of shop systems that are built in to things. Yeah, sometimes I just kind of mentally tune that out and think, well, okay, somebody else is subsidizing this. Somebody who cares about skins. Oops. But I don't play too many games that are subject to that to begin with, right? There aren't many examples I can think of where I would run into that. But I guess so many games these days, like I was saying, are sort of designed to be your only game or your main game. I mean, obviously, you can only take so many of those at once as an individual, but there are always other players who are the big whales and big spenders who don't play anything else and therefore don't care about their disposable income going towards weapon skins or whatever instead. Nope. Almost where we needed, but still too far to the left. Whoops, just missed a spin jump entirely. Yeah, because, you know, when it comes to the preponderance of microtransactions, people always excuse it by saying, well, you know, subsidizes the rest of the industry, so, you know, we just kind of suffer through it and let other people play and move on. But then what happens when that bubble bursts and all of that income collapses and when service games become oversaturated? Well, we're already seeing a lot of the effects of that with massive investments in service games kind of failing out of the gate. Natcat, you always imagine it as kids who are asking their parents for those extras. I think you're being far too charitable. It's kids who are clearly sneaking away with their parents' credit cards. That's one thing to remember about games that are free to play, incidentally, is that having access to a credit card is actually a serious barrier for player bases in ways that historically have always motivated a strong foundation for theoretically free-to-play scenes, right? You know, I'm too old to have ever gotten into something like RuneScape, but I remember dealing with like this generation of children for which RuneScape was just the biggest thing because it was something that they could actually play. And I'm sure Fortnite has been as dominant as it has proven to be since it took off a few years ago, in large part because of that it's the game that you can actually pay for, or rather play for free until you steal your parents' credit card. So, like, that's kind of the secret to the free-to-play market in some ways. No, up throw here, up throw here, up throw here, and then you blow up the block that then launches the spring that launches the bone shell. That's our best attempt. That's our best attempt. We just hadn't seen what was going on there. Quality Humor publishers really did themselves in with short-term thinking, ignoring the very obvious end. Well, it's a lot of that brinkmanship where they expect that somebody else will hit the endpoint first, right? That somebody else has to pay the price first before they do. It's true of a lot of things where you just game it out and think, okay, you'll just pray that you're not the one who's hit hardest by the eventual crash. Nope, bad angle. There's too far to the left. Yeah, you're saying making tons of money with every single game for relatively low dev cost is not good enough, so let's go after the only one game model where the pie goes ever smaller, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing that, you know, the bigger you go when it comes to production complexity and budgets, the longer it takes to actually deliver it, and that's why you're seeing some of those really high-profile failures, like, what was it, Concord last year? Or Suicide Squad, I don't want to say it was kind of in the same situation, where by the time things hit market, even a year or two before they hit the market, I think they already know it's doomed. And they know they've missed a trend, but at that point there's just been too much development chasing a market that became oversaturated long before you could bring in your own entry, and so I mean, in terms of Nintendo's survival in this market, for instance, much as people will understandably complain about it, their survival has substantially been predicated on refusing to devalue their own product and not training everybody into expecting big sales, right? What you just gradually come to expect that you're paying a hefty premium that doesn't go down. And it works. Kind of like, you know, one of the cases of the best value I've gotten out of a game in recent or even just general historical memory. That was Factorio, and I got into Factorio when the very early alpha launched on Steam, so it was kind of in development for a few years before it hit Steam. Then around version, I think, 0.12 or so, had a Steam release and brought a lot of people in. And all this time they had actually continued to sell directly as the developer as well, if you wanted a DRM-free E where they had the full cut. But anyway, the thing that was kind of famous about Factorio was that they just said from the outset, the price will only ever go up, we will never put our game on sale, and on top of that, we're not even going to have a price that ends with 99 cents because we think that's dishonest. And so they'll just round it up to the dollar, or to whatever unit of currency you're dealing with, and they were just absolutely steadfast about holding to that and saying, our game never goes on sale, and they have a very healthy and stable player base, and it's also a fantastic title with just a really incredible development effort behind it when it comes to quality and polish. But yeah, in some sense, it's better for them to just come out and say, oh, well, we are never going on sale, and so But yeah, there's just been this severe divergence, I think, in terms of consumer expectations between people who grew up on mobile in particular, who are trained to expect software to have zero upfront cost, and people who did in fact get into video games by way of the console ecosystem or PC ecosystem to some extent, and the model of paying for a finished product. And everything now is kind of in between that. But it's a totally different mentality for what you even want to get out of video games and what you know, think is a fair price. And obviously, I just heavily favor just, paying up front for something concrete and not having to worry about it from there, but Nintendo, the thing is, Nintendo goes back and forth on the whole variable pricing thing. If you remember back in the Wii U era, they were kind of all over the map for that. I think in terms of US dollars, they went, for example, like 40 for Captain Toad and 50 for Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, and they sort of went up and down the scale. Now, with Switch 1, then they pegged everything back to 60 US. But for a while, it was not like that, especially when they were kind of running the console line next to the portable line at the same time, and so with the way that portable and home console development were reintegrated into a single platform with the Switch 1, everybody was actually paying more for software in aggregate because you no longer had that lower pricing for the portable titles, right? You can see how the Pokemon players in particular have been hit by this because they used to have their portable scale prices for both versions, and now it's effectively double that. But yeah, I mean, Nintendo's always had the smaller scale eShop titles as well. But in terms of kind of playing around with different titles being $10 up this way or down this way, it's not really new, it's just something that they seemingly moved away from in Switch 1. Whoops. Well, until they got to Tears of the Kingdom anyway, because I know that's when they kind of had a $10 bump to, what was it, 70 US? But in Tears of the Kingdom was such a massive game that felt absolutely fair when it was such a complete experience that, as I was saying back when it released, it does not surprise me at all that it has to date not received any kind of DLC or expansion. It would have been nice for it to receive Master Mode, but it's one of the most content-complete games at release that I can think of having existed, because Nintendo just kind of sat on it until they were ready to really polish up the whole thing as a full package, and it's such a full-featured game that I don't think that the $10 bump on it necessarily feels unfair. And Quality Humor, you're saying the Switch prices were really weird. Was it actually only 40 for the Let's Go games? I mean, I guess at that point that was also because they were in a process of training the Pokemon audience on the portable to console transition. But I have to remember to pick up some of those Switch vouchers, actually, with the program ending everywhere next January. And with kind of a general price hike coming in my region pretty soon in August, I think. Because of, you know, exchange rate and inflation considerations. I get a lot of my games physically anyway, but I feel like I'll probably want a digital voucher in the back pocket for Rhythm Heaven next year for sure, and just sweeten the pot with something else on top of that. Like how, as much as I was talking for years about how I really wanted a third version of Donkey Kong Country Returns, now that they actually released it, I haven't picked it up yet. Joseph, welcome. We are still here. We've been here for so long. I've been on this first section of the level for about 2 hours now, which is definitely the roughest going we've had in this entire set this year so far. I was expecting this level would take a while. I didn't expect that we would still be this early in. Nope. It's that back throw that's been such a progress stopper here. So we'll see if we can actually get through it today. We might not. And if we don't, I'll try to leave myself enough time to show off Nabusa's level first, because it is very much well worth showing off. And this one we might just have to grind out on a separate catch-up stream. If I make checkpoint relatively soon on this, that's a different story. Yeah. I really do want to show off the last level in the set, though. So we don't want to block it off completely behind this one. Nope. Okay. Almost. Not in that corner. Quality humor, I do worse at precision than I do on levels like this. And I don't do this kind of thing very well. Everybody kind of has their set of genres that they have trouble with. There are other streamers who play precision, so I don't have to. I'm sure other people can look at my streams and say, well, this guy plays puzzles, so I don't have to. Oh, we missed it. We missed it. So yeah, well, that's the first time we've actually successfully gotten that throw. I didn't expect it to burst that soon, but we're supposed to jump in the shell and then stomp through the block. I think that's just about the end of the section. We're getting close. And then we'll get into the sunk cost fallacy once we're past checkpoint 1. And stay on this for a few hours more. No. Yeah, well, that's the first time we've actually made the bomb yet far enough to get the up throw, but we need to really chase that shell. I didn't expect it to go that fast. But we need to get ahead of it. And so it'll be some kind of stomp, followed by probably a jump out of a shell into the bonsai. I know the bonsai bill officially has some kind of new bowdlerized name now. I don't know what it is, I don't remember, and I don't really care. We're still going to call it the Bonsai Bill. The same way we still refer to jump blocks and Potoboos. And Princess Toadstool. Well, as a human, you like to jump, run, and move. You see, the thing is, I find that that doesn't serve me well enough with something like precision. That... Oops. In general, I like it when I can make up for poor technique by just good mechanical understanding of the game, and, you know, by finding alternate solutions or cheeses or what have you. And with both Kaizo and precision, that's hard to come by simply because the requirements of the player tend to be more strict. That you either play it or you don't, right? Nope, too far down. I was limiting my height a little bit on that jump to avoid a spike, and that was shaving it a bit too soon. I feel a little bit emboldened, though, by how often we've actually managed to make it back there. We're making very, very slow progress, but there have been some hints of a promising outcome. Which means we'll be at this for another 3 hours, so who knows. Still dropping on that shell a little too early. But yeah, if we can actually get to the bomb, then we're in much better shape. Yeah, in general, I like having the flexibility to make mistakes and get myself out of trouble. And so with Kaizo, at least, you know, it's strict, but often you have a little bit of headroom to at least have some inconsistency between various movements. I find I'm not sustaining that jump after the back throw very well. That the jump itself is the problem. No. Close, but no. No. Same issue with the back throw. That's been dogging us all day. Yeah, one of the really interesting things about Mario Maker, I think, is just how completely different people's experiences can be with the game in terms of what they wind up enjoying and what they might aspire to as makers themselves. And the comfort zone that they find as players. Much in the same way that, you know, I've put so much time in this game. And essentially don't even touch either this mode or multiplayer versus, whereas for a lot of players, that's kind of their entire history with it. And the thing that they do. Likewise for people who mainly play this as a Shell Kaizo game. Just as one example. Oh, too high a bounce. Good positioning that time, too high a bounce. Too low a throw. Yeah, the thing is, even if I get past checkpoint 1, I feel like the chances of my being able to sit through the level today are pretty slim. Because it's clearly going to require a great deal more effort. Some things are clearly getting better, though. We just need to not let them regress too much. Oh. Speaking of regression. That's maybe the third time in a row we've done to that flop net. We need to pull back a lot more on that, like we were doing previously. For the longest time, that was not a problem. Oops. Yeah, it takes so many attempts just to get a clean shot at that back throw. That's one of the reasons I've been going so slowly on this. No. We have zero consistency on that throw. That's really been one of the issues here. In some senses, it's been too flexible. That's one thing that reminds us of the struggle that we had with the P-switch yesterday on that other level. Where sometimes you just have some item handling where the positioning just is totally inconsistent between attempts, so we just don't find a pocket that works. No, too high bounce. That was right, too high bounce. No. No, missed it. Missed it. Can we respawn that? Hang on. Let's see if we can get the bonsai back. Yes, we can. Closer. We even got a second chance at that by getting the bonsai back, and we loved it. But no. Wonder how many attempts it'll take to get that throw back now. But the thing is, if we can make it past that back throw, we have a clear path to the exit pipe. And then we'll be a third of the way through. Okay, I'm going to establish something right now, which is that next time we make it to the exit, if we don't make it through the pipe and to, presumably, checkpoint 1, since we won't be past checkpoint 1, at that point I'll switch to Nabuza's level because I want to show it off. And then we'll decide from there whether we have time to continue with this one or save it for another stream, because we're kind of getting late enough that even if I pass checkpoint 1, I won't be able to grind it out. But I would like to show that I can make another attempt at that. Because even if we do hit checkpoint, we'll probably have to redo this anyhow. And get blown up on this repeatedly. Well, we'll see. I mean, we can, even if we do pass checkpoint, we can take a look at the next segment and just see how approachable it is. It probably won't be very approachable. Like I said, technically speaking, this segment isn't even that hard, which has been blown up by that back throw again and again. And even keeping that in mind, this was a level that went uncleared in the relay, and so the hardest is yet to come. Probably. Or maybe the back throw was just particularly rough on us, the same way that, you know, we didn't have too much trouble in Kelly's return to form level yesterday once we got past the P-switch disaster. Oh, no, missed it. Oh, too bad. was trying to pick it up and we just accidentally jumped too much. Well, at least we're practicing that single shell jump quite a bit. Feels a lot better than it used to. So hopefully we get one more good attempt that gets us as far as the bomb. And we can't stick to the landing after that, and we'll make a decision. That was almost right. That was a good landing point for it, too. Or a short bounce off of it. Nope. No. Even after multiple attempts, that jump did not go. I mean, it might be a while before we get that attempt too, where we get another clear shot at the back throw. So, if we're slipping quite this badly, we might also have to bail. That's okay. Won't be the last we see of this. Okay, we've been starting to fail the shell jump after having had it consistently for a very long stretch. Suddenly it's starting to fall apart again. Yeah, that back throw has been the story of the past 2 hours. Need a sub Mario for Toadette for a change of pace. I agree. I'll just suddenly do a whole lot better. Or maybe not. No. Toadette also has the up throw problem, it seems. First attempt doesn't count, second attempt doesn't count either. Well, it's a warm-up. No. I don't know why we have that. Always a problem. I think it's because when I jump, I have a tendency to try to point up as well. Which is terrible for Super Mario World technique. Because we keep hitting it up diagonal when I'm trying to bend backwards. And then when I do try to bend backwards like that, you see I'm not sustaining a jump enough. So I think there's probably some kind of hidden mental correlation here, where I'm more likely to tilt towards an up diagonal if I'm trying to jump nice and long, and so we just have some problems with finesse as a player. That was a better throw position that time, but not a good landing. Nope. It's such a weird movement to do that back throw and then lean forward again for the shell. Yeah, because we just don't have that movement down. And there isn't an obvious fix when we're that inconsistent. Oops. Nope, still wrong way on the shell. Okay, can we do it? Yes, we can. No, we can't. I could tell from the shell positioning I was too far left. No, too far. We did a higher pipe deflection, we know that. We've run into that many times now. No. Yeah, it's something so specific and very difficult to correct for. So that's a better position, just a worse landing. Throw is better though. I just haven't been able to find a sweet spot. Yes? No. Too high bounce. Good positioning that time on the shell. The Koopa was clearly going where we wanted it. It's supposed to be a short bounce there, but often we don't do it like that because we are normally in not such a good position that we can. Because typically I'm a little too far to the left. Can we? Yes, we can. Almost. No, because I stood too close on the spin once again. Not even for the first time. Yeah, stood too close that time. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. What was I doing? Hadn't failed in quite that fashion before, though. No. Yeah, I was already planning around how to spin into the bomb afterwards, and we just didn't fix our positioning going into it. No. Needs to pop right. No. There's such a wide range of where the shell can land, where, in this case, Toadette can land. And we just can't find any consistency there in terms of getting that throw to behave. Yeah, the shell jump was the obstacle for a while. It's clear from the last many attempts that the back throw is actually a significantly bigger concern. Whoops. That was interesting. Okay, that didn't go at all. Okay, we'll probably bail on this even sooner than trying to get another run to the bomb, because at this point, even that requirement may be a little too stringent. And it's clear that, you know, even if we pass that segment, we just will not be able to stay long enough to grind out the whole level today, so I just really want to fix this. No, not like that. That was supposed to be an up throw. That was just the best shot we had yet in quite a long time. So at least we have established that if we do get into the bone shell a little late to catch the bonsai, that the bonsai is reloadable. So at least that's one thing that we have a second chance at on an attempt that does in fact make it that far. No, too high. Good spot, too high. Bang, welcome. Man, really enjoyed your level, which was, what, maybe only 3 spots before this one, and was several hours ago, because I've been on this level and this segment, this first segment, for the past 2 hours. But yeah, we had a great time with yours earlier in the stream. Probably won't be on this one for too much longer, given that the clear is clearly not going to happen today. I do want to end on at least a somewhat high note, Maybe if we at least get to the bomb. This back throw has been absolute murder. The hardest single obstacle we've had to deal with. I think it's far surpassed that P-switch from yesterday at this point as the single most difficult thing we had to deal with. Just this weird back throw movement. It's not even that unconventional. I mean, we had a back throw into stage just before this one, but with a much more distant landing zone, I think, and so a much easier target to hit. Also because this one, you know, you have to hit in a particular direction to get the Koopa project the right way. Want Ouija to have a chance? Yeah, we'll give him a shot. Well, at least he tried. Not the worst start he could have asked for. Yeah, to a seasoned Kaizo player, you know, the back throw that's been giving us trouble for the past 2 hours probably isn't even that much of an issue. But we don't have any kind of positional intuition for the movement that we're supposed to get out of it. And how much space we need for the landing. Yeah, so the thing about this back throw compared to the one in the previous level, the Bowser Jr. one, is that the landing zone is much higher. You don't have as much room to go down towards the shell, and so... And there's no time for you to really correct it midair and aim properly. You just have to throw at exactly the right location. No, wrong way. Okay, Luigi hasn't been at this for very long. Let's give him another shot at that. That was a bad way to end that. Well, we can treat this as a practice day for the first segment. A very extensive practice day for the first segment. Luigi, Natcat says, is disowned and unable to attend the family banquet. If he can't get the first section done, well. I don't think he's missing much. The rest of the family is just going to talk about how they kept missing the back throw. Kind of an awkward conversation to have over the Thanksgiving turkey. Everybody can commiserate over how that back throw in this level just beat the stuffing out of them. I know that with American family Thanksgiving dinners that there's this stereotype of, people having to suffer through the bigoted uncle they never see who complains about how these green shell Koopas should never have been left in the country in the first place. And anyway. I'm sure that'll figure into it too. We don't mind the green shell Koopas. We're exploiting them for the labor. Whoops. And not doing a very good job of it. Okay, we've got to bail on this soon. I'm trying to find the right endpoint for this. I did say earlier that it would be one more attempt on the bomb, but... Natcat, you do see Mario and Luigi's parents in the film, though, right? It's actually Mario's father, I think, who's voiced by Charles Martinet. Oops. Natcat, this is Mario we're talking about. There is no canon. The canon is that they're actually a theatrical company, and like with the curtain coming down at the beginning of Super Mario 3, that everything has to be understood in that context. And they are a company of players. Super players. Okay, maybe one more attempt on a back throw. And we'll call it. I would like to make it to the bomb one more time, but... Like I said, we will stay for one additional level after this, so I don't leave Nabooza's level dangling. But... yeah, this level is a long-term project. It's kind of fallen into that category. It's on pace to far outstrip even the 4-hour grind we had through that one level last SGDQ relay. It's easily on pace to outpace that. Okay, there's that back throw. Who's in the Hall of Fame here? I mean, yeah, we knocked that clear rate down a couple fractions of a percentage. This is the Hall of Fame so far. Definitely a lot of recognizable names all the way down the list, which kind of tells you that it's largely people who are used to this kind of thing. We will get back to this at some point. It might not be soon because, like I said, we're diverting to Donkey Kong largely next week. But I do want to at least complete the set of the SGDQ levels for now, since we just have one more remaining, and dial in Nabuza's Wrap It Up, and then we'll wrap it up. Now, I don't know if this code actually still works. It was still up yesterday. And we don't know how long this will take as well, but it won't be as long. But we'll try to give ourselves some closure and on a higher note today, even though we couldn't even get past the first segment of the previous one. Okay, so it's still here. Great. Actually, this is a 0.76. So, but we're going to do it. I'd like to finish with it, because I really want to show off the mechanic and get my hands on it, because, you know, it's really something that should be seen. As is the case usually with Nabuza's levels. One of the most accomplished technical researchers in this game when it comes to all kinds of interesting mechanisms. So let's take a look, and we'll try to stay for the clear on this one at least. See how it goes. What goes right must come left. Yeah, too bad we had to concede defeat. We haven't had to do that before in any of the relay levels, but again, we'll get back to it at some point. Okay, so it's pointing to the right. Look at that, just like magic. And again, ride through. And then we're a little low, heading in. I'm trying to see if we actually maintain the same x-axis position, or if it's more of an illusion. Because I don't exactly know which teleport mechanism he used for this, but, you know, as was the case with Samuel's level, I think you sort of find the points that work. You just have to design around it. We have to go down and go under the pokey. Seems fairly clear. Like, you find the points that actually give you the teleport, and then you design the level around the locations that function. That's how it typically goes with these. Oh, nope. Came in a bit low there. Natcat, I don't exactly know to set up. No, I haven't looked at this before. I'm not really up to speed with a lot of glitch deck, to be honest. But design-wise, it's kind of interesting that instead of giving the player much flexibility, you just have well-defined entrance and exit points to kind of force the player down to the areas that will actually trigger. However, the teleport is working. You know, obviously it's not enough to know the mechanic, you also have to have the level function around it in a coherent way, and the great thing about this is that it is immediately coherent. Nope, down. Nope. Have to mind that ceiling, though. Here, and then off to the side, and then we need to jump out early enough to get onto Koopa on the left. Yeah, it's still coming a bit low there. We really need to climb aggressively out of that vine as soon as it becomes available. Oh, interesting. that I guess we're behind pace. We should have kept up with Vine. Didn't realize that. Yeah, because I guess if you hop quickly through the Koopas, then you just kind of get back onto the Vine on the other side. You have some constraints on that. Yeah, catch it on the other side. That's how you do it. And then we totally missed the pipe. Yeah, Natcat, you're assuming all the makers will watch this, so you'd like to break the fourth wall and say hi, no booze. I'm going to read that message because, of course, now that we put all the VODs onto YouTube, and we don't leave them very long on Twitch due to the storage limits that have been introduced. I do save all the chat logs, but the chat logs are no longer as visible as they used to be, in that, well, you can't see them on YouTube, so I have my own backup copy that I'm able to share with people, but you can't really watch them in parallel the way you can on Twitch. But anyway, Nabooz, if you're watching this, Natcat says hi. Man, you're saying that breaking the fourth wall implies that chat is fiction. You mean all of you are real people? Or I guess you're just suggesting that you're not, which I guess I already assumed. That we're all just personas. In keeping with dead internet theory. We're all just interacting with a bunch of spam bots. Whoops. Yeah, getting on that Vine a little bit late. We've seen this section through, though. We just need to get the up-pipe entrance, and that's all it is. Okay, got out. There's checkpoint. And then we get back into another section of the climb. Yeah, notice that this is all in vertical subworld. I don't know if they're built on left and right halves of the vertical subworld. I don't know how much ground we're covering. That has interesting implications for where the various teleport points are available, I guess. Actually, no, you have so much room for the things to go on and off track that there is probably quite a lot of spacing on either side of the screen boundary that is being used for the track setup. Just to load it in, so... Yeah, this is built in the middle somewhere with some kind of big track setup on either side. Natcat, so Twitch limits me to 100 hours worth of VODs now, which is very little, so... On YouTube, oh, you mean how much they last by default? In terms of the most recent broadcasts, it's still 2 weeks, I think. For some channels, and maybe for partners, it's longer. For people with some special status with Twitch or Amazon, it's higher. I tend to cut things into highlight storage, like I've always done, but I don't leave them there for very long nowadays because I need to constantly make space, but I usually get everything up on YouTube within a day or so. And like I said, I have a local copy of the chat logs just in case I can eventually get some way to publicize them, but... But yeah, sometimes our chats are good reading, aren't they? Whoops. Gonna mind the corners there. And just kind of shift up and down as we see everything happening. Oh. That position over there, we were kind of climbing aggressively into that and didn't account for the diagonals and the big photoboos on that side. Oh yes, that's right, jump down a little earlier than we've been doing, and then Divine will wrap around, seemingly. That's the illusion anyway. Yeah, I wonder if it's just Divine itself rather than the player's position that's being teleported. Like, are we actually on the same Vine as an entity? I think we must be, but it's hard to say. Yeah, because you've got Divine sort of riding on the note block on a track. Then is it the note block itself that's being repositioned through some kind of broken track tech? And the player's position is kind of like a child position, so to speak. The derivative of that. Whoops, we should have jumped up there. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, you know, we have access to just asking Nebuza at some point, or looking at it closer, but I'm not up to speed with how this works. But I think if the Divine itself is the object being teleported, then it makes sense to use that to confine the player and sort of create this illusion that the player is also doing the screen wrap completely. Yeah, we can go up as much as we want. And just wrap around and round and round the side, and then there's the axe, and that's actually pretty simple. This was actually that low as a point 7 something. I mean, I guess maybe it attracted a wide player base just because of how interesting it is. Yeah, Natcat, I'm not particularly fond of having a chat overlay directly on screen, and the reason is because, you know, usually we're here to try to record clean footage of people's levels. And also because, I mean, I know people have ways of handling this, but when we have low attendance, sometimes we have a bit of a spam bot problem. And I don't want to have to deal with that too much. It is actually possible with the way that I have downloaded the local chat logs for me to have an automated process to generate chat overlays and edit them on top of our videos. I wish I was able to do that as an optional thing instead of directly interfering with the video data, but yeah, I know that some people like to just have the chat overlay directly for the purpose of VODs being scrutable still and conversations easy to follow. But yeah, this has gotten a lot of plays. I hope it stays up. It's obviously a very deletable tech from Nintendo's perspective, but I really do hope it is left alone, because it deserves to be seen and played, and it is still up on its original code, so things look okay. And look at that. How do you do this? A lot of people are asking. But we'll preserve the comments on video, because who knows, they might be nuked as well, so. It's just a lot of people asking how, though. Anyway, that's all for today. Too bad we had to bail on the big red boy level. But we were still in the first section. We got as close as the bonsai by the exit pipe and just didn't get the height to make that jump. And I don't know how soon we'll go back to it. I would like to clear it to properly wrap up the SGDQ set with a full clear across the board. But it might not be soon just because of Donkey Kong coming imminently and lots of other commitments that are arriving in a weeks ahead. But definitely it's a high priority to not totally squander the time we put into at least mastering that first shell jump. But anyway, this was a great way to wrap it up. And once again, a warm note of gratitude to all of the makers who contributed to this year's set and kept the SGDQ relay tradition alive. Yeah, because I think, again, with its absence last year, it was really not clear what kind of continuation would be in store. But we're so glad to have it back. The levels were great. The concepts were really fascinating across the board. The difficulty was at times punishing. But in the end, we managed at our own plodding pace. So, thank you for all that. And we're going to pass you folks on to some other destination in just a moment, as soon as I've had the opportunity to scan for one. So, thanks for watching. VOD's up on YouTube soon enough, I hope. And we'll see where to go next. As always, have a wonderful time with everything you may be making or playing. And until we meet again, fare thee well.